All right. Good evening, everyone. It is the 9th of November, 2021. We are here for our monthly work session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. I believe we have 6 items to discuss tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Manager Williams to introduce the first one.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners and guests. Our first presentation tonight is on the Neighborhood Leaders Program, and we have Terris Thomas with us tonight to present on that. This is going to in advance of a contract renewal. Their current contract expires the end of December 31st, and we expect that the contract renewal will show up at your December 7th voting meeting. And this is the opportunity to hear a little bit about what they're doing tonight. I know that Chair Thornton and Commissioners Hamby and Edwards that form the Prosperity Committee have been looking at this and have some thoughts on potential changes to the contract, and those discussions may come out tonight. There's more to come on that, but for tonight's purposes, we're going to hear a little bit about the Neighborhood Leaders Program and what they've been doing. And Terris, do you want me to run the slides for you? And Terris, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm absolutely happy to be here tonight to share specifics or just to share a bit more about what's happening with the Neighborhood Leader Program. And I'll just start with that so we can move on to the next screen. The purpose of the presentation tonight is simply to share everything neighborhood leadership. Of course, you may have questions at the end of the presentation, but tonight I want to specifically share with you our scope, the neighborhood leader scope, the framework that we are using, the neighborhood leader impact, and lastly, some of our outcomes, some of our success stories, and some of our data. As stated just a second ago, I want to thank you guys for your vision to utilize the Neighborhood Leaders Program as it relates to addressing the goals and the support of the Prosperity Package. You can move on to the next slide. So thank you for that. You can move on, Blaine. Thank you. Neighborhood leaders are boots on the ground residents who are very much community engagers. And we're very clear as it relates to our representation. And in that, we are indeed of the community in and with the community as it relates to addressing poverty. And we are doing so and will continue to do so with a focus on our 3E prong that I've added an E2. But that 3E prong is we'll do the work with motivation and we will engage our residents. There are opportunities where we will have to educate our residents through information gathering and information sharing, and then we will provide opportunity to enlist residents, and that is the actual connection to the resource or the encouragement to show up at this or that meeting or what have you. And so we will engage, educate, enlist, and lastly, I always add that last E, we will do it with encouragement. The neighborhood leader scope of work includes the following that's stated on the screen, and I do not want to read the PowerPoint for you, but it is noteworthy to state that we're engaged in this level of work, and we do so in 16 different zones. And I would just like to state that some of the direct services and some of the work that we're doing, it differs a bit based on the culture of the zone or the trending need of that zone. So we are indeed engaged, but sometimes it looks a little different based on the specific zone. So now I'd like to share more as it relates to our framework. So as it relates to the neighborhood leader, we're very much engaged in professional and personal development, as should be with any job definitely professional jobs. And we've listed there some of our professional engagement, some of our book reads, book studies that we gather and discuss. But in addition, and I'll share a great deal more here, we've also been able to identify a framework for poverty, and that is Bridges Out of Poverty. And I'll be sharing a bit more, again, the Bridges Out of Poverty model by Ruby Payne. And yours truly, I'm grateful and excited to state that I've achieved national certification to serve as a trainer for Bridges Out of Poverty. The Bridges Out of Poverty model is not a program. It is a research-based framework whereby we're able to take a holistic approach on poverty and addressing those things necessary, looking at it through a lens that's individual, institutional, and community-wide. The Bridges Out of Poverty model does a couple of things. One, it exposes the definition of poverty, a very working definition, as that change based on scenarios and situations. So the definition, also the types of poverty. There is generational poverty, which consists of poverty through 2 or more generations in a family. And in Athens, we've seen that as neighborhood leaders. But in addition, there's a situational poverty, which could be the loss of a job or death in a family, or a single mother who has 2 children, and now she's got she's pregnant with 3 children, and she's been able to sustain with 2, but now with 3 children, it gets to be a bit much. And so here in Athens, we've been able to engage with families who have both types of poverty, which is something to address there. And so also the Bridges model shares with you the causes of poverty, and those causes are the individual behaviors, circumstances, community conditions, exploitation, and then the political or the economic structures that are around that community. Poverty, of course, is not simply the lack of money, but it is the lack of resources, as stated, and that is very much necessary. And I'm really happy to state that the next slide will show that there are 11 resources. You can move on to the next one, Blaine. Thank you so much. There are 11 resources needed for sustainability or for sustainable growth as it relates to poverty, moving a person from poverty to middle class operation or just sustainability. And there are 11 essential resources for stability. And I'm really happy tonight to state that the one I want to highlight as it relates to neighborhood leadership is the number 10 resource, and that is relationships, role models that are healthy. Our research makes it very clear that as it relates to community engagement, relationships are foundational. In fact, they are the building blocks of community engagement. And I'm extremely happy that our neighborhood leaders are just that. They're able to provide just that to their residents. They introduce themselves through that process of engaging. They're able to say, I'm here for you. What are your needs? And what we found in the years that we've been operative is that until that trust is there, the resident may not share what the real need is. They may not share what they need to move forward in. And so we're happy that our neighborhood leaders are able to provide that number 10 resource. They are successful in relationship building, and not just building a relationship, but also establishing a level of trust. And that trust is important in this work, because we do our best to assist our residents to not simply trust us as neighborhood leaders, but also to trust our community, to trust the people in our community, as well as the processes that are involved here in our community. As I stated earlier, that the framework exposes the fact that poverty includes generational and situational poverty. They're different. So here I'd like to share a bit more as it relates to our impact. And again, the building relationships component has been awesome in that we are able to connect with others. And that I would like to share, and should have shared maybe earlier when I addressed the professional development for the neighborhood leaders. This relationship component is so very key, because just as our neighborhood leaders are working to communicate with our residents to make sure healthy relationships are in place long term, so that we can establish goals based on the specific situation or scenario. That is also important as it relates to the neighborhood leaders in the job or in the role, having to establish relationships amongst ourselves, our group, and maintain healthy relationships as it relates to not simply providing direct services in the community, but also doing what's necessary as it relates to this awesome professional job. And so I'm really excited about that. And so here's our impact, as it states here on the screen. There's been a lot of work done in continuing, encouraging our neighborhood leaders to stay connected to the mission of what it is we're wanting to do, and the effort in doing it, maintaining positivity, such that we are helping our residents not just get by or survive, but the overall aim is that our residents would thrive. And that too is a goal, not simply for the resident, but the neighborhood leader. And as I oftentimes states, the neighborhood leaders are residents. We are residents of Athens-Clarke County as well. And some of the situations that we provide assistance to residents in meeting, we too, as neighborhood leaders, sometimes need the same help. And so this states a bit of what it is we're doing. And I just, there are many stories. This is some of our data, but there are many stories as it relates to job loss and working with residents. There's a story in the Gaines School zone. A single mother of 3 lost her job and was really downtrodden. And our neighborhood leader was able to make contact with her. And she shared that she's tired of always losing jobs, but she also stated her goal was to get a job in Clarke County School District as a paraprofessional. The neighborhood leader was able to look and peruse her resume and help her update the resume, and the success is that resident is now a paraprofessional at Clarke County School District. Not only that resident, but other residents. Broderick over in the Chase Street zone has been able to assist residents with finding jobs, food insecurity, addressing the food insecurity. Of course, he's been able to do a literary after school program. There's just a lot of work going on. I have so many stories I can share. In fact, I may just type them all up and send them to you guys. But another story I'd like to share is what's happening in Athens-Clarke. Athens-Clarke in the community at large. Latasha Sheets and Markia Rucker providing assistance, finding out what are the needs there, and then going into that community and providing resource fairs. And we actually were able to present 6 resource fairs, neighborhood resource fairs in our community. Lots to share. There are a lot of various stories. Many of our residents are losing jobs. Some of them are having situational poverty situations, i.e. wrecks. Over in the Fowler Zone, Patrick Howard has been able to assist the young man who was in a horrible wreck and ended up waiting on a settlement. He provided him food, weekly food delivery. And now this young man has received the settlement. But in the meantime, Patrick was able to assist him with food and provide him just some support from week to week. And so really happy to see that. And the last one I'll share would be the COVID drive. Two of our neighborhood leaders, Tamaine Jordan and Stacey Dean, has worked very closely with Dr. Shanice Allen in Innovative Healthcare to provide a COVID vaccination drive in the high schools. Totally coordinated that and collaborated. And the goal was to make sure 60 students, high school students, received the vaccination. And they far exceeded that because over 100 students received the vaccination. So in building the relationships, connecting with that aim of getting ahead, not just getting by, but getting ahead, has been really awesome. And I cannot stress enough how excited we are to be able to provide that level of impact in our community. Again, as you know, we've distributed thousands we've distributed food to thousands of homes in our community. But in addition, we've also been able to provide other physical goods, over $250,000 distributed that amount in physical goods. And in fact, even now, our neighborhood leaders, we have a place, office space that we use over at we call it the Neighborhood Leader Hub, warehouse space for material distribution. And in that, our neighborhood leaders are conversing with residents and finding out what is it they need. And we make the purchase or store it there, and then we're able to distribute the materials based on those needs. Strategic engagement. We're excited about that. Our relationship components help us to do this as well. And a lot stated there. We're really happy to have these partnerships and to continue to engage strategically as we move forward. And there are many other coalitions, many other agencies, Economic Justice Coalition, East Athens Development Corporation, the Athens Diaper Bank. There are many others that we could list. And so we're really happy that in building relationships and sharing information, our neighborhood leaders are at these tables and they're able to provide feedback as to what is stated or what's needed, what's understood in the community. So they're providing that information, but also they're able to take the information from the table to the resident. Great connection. In addition, amongst us, there are 19 of us, 20, including myself, and staff members, but we have a large group of staff members, and we also have connected groups within our group of employees. And those connected groups are housing and homelessness, education, as it states here on the screen. And those neighborhood leaders are connected to various coalition meetings and other committees according to the connected group to which they are assigned. Additional partnerships with the unified government. Of course, we again thank you guys so much for this opportunity and appreciate the opportunity. And our goal is to continue to strengthen our engagement as we move forward. An example of our partnerships, our strong partnerships with the UniGovernment is when we were requested as neighborhood leaders to provide a SWOT analysis for the ACC government strategic planning. And we were very excited about that, to share that information. Pretty happy to share. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to share tonight. Thank you again for funding our positions and our program. Thank you for your vision and your support. We look forward to continual partnership. And if you have any questions, I'll be open to answering those. And those I can't answer, I'll find the answer and get it to you. Commissioner Link, I think I see your hand waving.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the hard work y'all are doing. I have a question about assistance for the elderly. I noticed that Athens Council on Aging wasn't listed among your partnerships, and I have reached out to my neighborhood leader, about assisting an elderly constituent. I'm just wondering if you could fill us in on some of the work and resources you might have available for older folks who might need home repairs, connecting them with the agencies that take care of that, home cleanup, those kind of things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Great question. And as I stated on that screen, there are many others I could have listed. And Athens Community Council on Aging is absolutely one of our major partners. In fact, when we transitioned into COVID, they were an immediate partner. We assisted them with Meals on Wheels distribution, but we're also providing assistance to elderly. And we have assisted, I know over in the J.J. Harris zone with building a ramp for an elderly who had wheelchair bound, and we've done the same in another one of our zones. So we absolutely work with them and provide assistance to the elderly. In fact, that was one of the success stories I could have shared, because our neighborhood leaders, the neighborhood leader in the Barrow zone has done a great deal of work with elderly, assisting with rent, helping clean her home. In fact, one elderly member just last week was threatening having her utilities cut off because somehow she got behind in her bills and fixed income and didn't have enough to pay the bill, and was threatening to have the utilities turned off on that very day, and our neighborhood leader had done research at various agencies and organizations, but there were no funds available. And so, as many of our neighborhood leaders do, they ended up doing other requests for other donors, individuals who wants to assist, and that neighborhood leader was able to secure funding to assist that elderly resident who, last week, as someone just shared how cold it was, last week it would have been horrible for that elderly person to be at home without her utility. So was able to assist her. So absolutely, Commissioner, we do assist with elderly care as the situation arises.
Thank you. Are you in partnership with Historic Athens Hands-on Athens program, and I believe Habitat for Humanity does some of those things too, with building
absolutely
cleanup and repairs and stuff like that?
Yes, ma'am, we are. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
My hand is not up, so I'm just going to.
Commissioner Parker.
Got
okay. I'm sorry.
A couple of folks lined up. Got Commissioners Parker, Thornton, Houle, and Myers.
Thanks. I remembered to unmute myself this time. Wow. I really appreciate this presentation and the work that the neighborhood leaders do in the community, working with those that represent my area. I've seen a lot of their ingenuity in helping people, connect people to services and whatnot. And so, I'm just really, really grateful to have their help in addressing some of these issues. And I particularly felt really encouraged to hear that the work is being adapted based on the cultures and needs found in different zones, things like that. I mean, this is a lot of good stuff here. I do have a couple of questions, some of which are drawn from some follow-up or some information that was sent to us by Manager Williams in response to some questions about the program. To start out with, and actually my first question is one that I've kind of asked a couple of times as we've received presentations on the progress of the Neighborhood Leaders Program. I noticed here again that food assistance is the most widely distributed kind of assistance or resource that the neighborhood leaders do. And I've been wondering for a while, is it that it's the area of highest need, or is it that it's just the easiest thing to connect people to? Perhaps, easier. It was noted that homeless services and housing, affordable housing, is a harder thing to connect people to. So is it the case that we just have a ton of people, giving easy access to food, or is that genuinely the highest area of need?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I would say it's the highest area of need, but I do. It's available. The food is there. We have a few large agencies who are dedicated to providing food to ensure that our residents are eating healthy meals. And so for us as neighborhood leaders, it's just a beautiful relationship and just a routine as it relates to that. But it's very much a high need if you are hungry. So our neighborhood leaders it's hard for me to say if it's the highest or not. I don't know if it's the highest need, but I know that it is a need. It's an ongoing need. And because we are in solid partnerships with Mount Olive and, of course, Athens Community Council on Aging and other places, Concrete Jungle, where we're able to provide produce, because of the partnership, the food is there and it's there on a regular basis. So the aim is to make sure that the resident doesn't get hungry. So hopefully I've answered that for you.
That is actually a great answer. Because as we've seen this kind of data regularly at various points, I think it's really good feedback for us about what kinds of services are available in the community or not, and where we can then fill some gaps if people are having a hard time accessing medical care. Then that's a sign to us that might be something we should focus on. But if we're flush with opportunities to feed folks, maybe that's should be as big a priority in terms of new funding, initiatives.
Food security is definitely an ongoing need. I would say it is an ongoing need.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. So one thing that was brought up as a concern or something that that the neighborhood leaders were interested in tweaking per the email I received is higher pay. I was wondering if the neighborhood leaders are making a living wage.
I do, yes. the neighborhood leaders are making the base salary is $30,000. We here in October we have a partnership with DFACS and SNAP Outreach Partners, and that provides them with an additional $3,000. So our neighborhood leaders base salary is $33,000.
Okay. Great. That's good to hear. I think I have one or two more questions. But first, another thing that was noted was a lack of voice in policy making. And I noted that also on the slide regarding, the triple lens of poverty, policy being the overarching thing that builds structural change. So was this in reference to program policies or policies that we make?
The policies that organizations, and as it relates to the three lenses on the framework, it would be policy makers, be it city government or organizations.
Yeah, because in response to that, if that is the case, I would love to provide some kind of mechanism, formalized mechanism by which they can make recommendations to us based on what they're seeing in their communities.
That would be great, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, akin to like how I was talking about with the data, like we can draw from that and figure out how to solve issues and where to focus priorities as well. Hearing their experiences somehow could really inform our policy making.
I look forward to speaking to you offline about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if I could comment just real quickly.
Sure.
And that actually is one of the intents that y'all had, and that was in the original scope of services for them to provide that feedback from the community to the commission and other decision makers. That first year we were really slammed because COVID, and a lot of what we were hoping to do didn't happen because we were in a state of emergency. And I think the survey that went to the neighborhood leaders was late winter or early spring, if I'm remembering correctly. And a lot has happened since then related specifically to that policy input and some of the things that Terris said on that slide, and your own staff engaging them with the SWOT analysis. But we would certainly like an opportunity for them to give direct input to you. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, perhaps that could be codified in whatever agenda item is brought forward for contract renewal if other folks are interested in that. And then my last question, okay, now this is going to sound a little heavy, but speaking of revisiting the scope of the program, we did set out to alleviate poverty. And I am very supportive of the program. I think the work that y'all do is really important, but I think it is important for us to, in revisiting that scope, ask ourselves, is this program helping people get out of poverty? And I wondered if you all could speak to that.
I personally think it is absolutely assisting with moving you from poverty to middle class operations or getting out of poverty. But as I stated in the framework, there's a lot that goes with that. It's emotional poverty, physical poverty, mentalities, and all of that. And so I absolutely think it is because we're addressing needs, but we're also providing support, personal goals and plans, and all of those things are necessary. But as I stated on the slide, there are 11 resources for stability. And so all of those have to be presented. All of those have to be provided. And all three lenses, we have to address poverty on all three lenses. If resources aren't there, then poverty is always there, because poverty, one of the definitions is the lack of resources. And that slide I presented shared 11 resources. And so I do think we're addressing it because we have our eyes are on it and our attention, our focuses are there. And as long as we're doing that and moving forward, I think we are indeed addressing it. But
all right, yeah, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, I just wanted us to make sure, like, we are aligning with our goals, and if we're still doing a great work that may have shifted from that somewhat, that we are, reckoning with that. So that's hopefully hear your perspective on that last question. Final question. I'm done.
Thank you.
Ovita, Jesse, and Carol.
I was trying to put my video back on, but I'm having a problem here, so I'll just talk. First of all, I want to thank Terris and Tim for sharing, and even meeting with the Prosperity Committee yesterday. I think out of all the commissioners, I might have been the one that was was a little bit seemed suspect and was probably nitpicking. But I will say my relationship with Patrick Howard, the neighborhood leader, has been a great relationship as far as following up, helping me with TSPLOST, helping me with neighbors or residents that needed individual attention. One of your power stories could be an elderly woman that not only avoided being evicted, but actually has a lovely apartment now in the housing authority because Patrick picked up the ball on that. But I guess my thought still becomes, and it's a little bit in the vein of Commissioner Parker. We want to make sure that the neighborhood leaders are being uplifted at the same time they're uplifting others. And I think we discussed that yesterday. And the questions that I've sent to Tim and Terris today. I will not bring them up now, but we want to make sure that we are, the poor is not leading the poor. We need people to also step up. So those are going to be some of my questions. And even with the PowerPoint that you showed, and I would appreciate if you would send me a copy of that, Terris, if possible. But the other thing is, I would like to see more quantitative data in the future. Right now, I can honestly say that I'm very supportive of the neighborhood leaders. I feel much better than I felt, on the onset of COVID. I've seen some good works. I hope all the commissioners get to experience what I've experienced with the neighborhood leaders in my area. So we look forward to getting some more questions answered, and Blaine, I believe you're going to send out the actual original agreement. Is that right, County Manager Williams?
Yes, I sent that out this afternoon, Commissioner.
Okay, so everybody probably needs to look at that, kind of, tweet it apart, and let's continue to work wherever we need to do. That's all I want. I have nothing negative to say. I think there's a whole bunch of room to grow, and I think this could be a model for other communities.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, and I agree with you. Our neighborhood, as I shared earlier, our neighborhood leaders are residents in Athens as well, and they're people helping people, and sometimes our situations are just like those we're helping, and so we absolutely don't want poor helping poor. So happy to continue to do the work to move us forward.
I think Jesse and Carol had questions as well.
Thanks. Yeah, the Neighborhood Leaders Program is fantastic. I don't feel like I can sing its praises enough. The fact that it came online with a big vision and then immediately COVID hit and everything had to shift gears. And yet, this is kind of a rare example of where a government-funded program was able to rapidly, flexibly shift, I think, which is really cool. So yeah, I've just been totally impressed, and I'm really excited to see what can happen in the years ahead when we're hopefully pulling out of COVID and can get better aligned with that vision. Definitely echo my previous colleagues' remarks, especially around discussions for policymaking and seeking some more quantitative data. I'd also just like some more information on how the neighborhood leaders plan to build the capacity of residents in the neighborhoods that they're leading, so that it's sort of like a leadership building tool beyond just the people who are employed through the program. I saw Commissioner Wright mention in the chat, hopefully we can get the slideshow. I'd love for that to just get posted on our work session page too, so the public can have a chance to review it as well. And my two questions are, do you all have that data broken down by zone, the quantitative data that you have?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Terris, you're muted, Terris.
You're muted.
Someone must have muted me. I'm sorry. So the data is absolutely available by zone, and it's on the online tool. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thankful. I thought I saw Joseph on tonight, Geospatial, for creating the online tool and the dashboard, the comprehensive dashboard that all of you have, if I'm not mistaken, you have access to, and the data is indeed broken down by zone in the dashboard. Absolutely.
Awesome.
But as it relates to your question, as it relates to capacity, our goal is we're moving forward as it relates to performance measures and performance expectations, and one of those is to identify zone specific goals. And I'm more than certain, I do know that over in the Barrow Zone, Ms. Barbara Barnett, she's already got neighborhood leader assistants. That's what she's giving them the title. They're working with her. She's providing them with some of, the leadership that she's receiving, and they provide her with support as well, kind of moving her forward. So I'm certain that some of those zone specific goals will be just that. And as I encourage our neighborhood leaders, my goal is for them to have neighborhood leaders working with them so that we can cover, because honestly speaking, 16, there's one per zone, but we have some large zones. One person, you can have one or two in each zone. But absolutely, sir, that's our goal. And I'm certain that it will see that through the specific goals.
Heck yeah. And my other, it's kind of a request and a question. The request is, I'm assuming this will probably happen anyway, but will we get a budget and actual when it connected to our agenda item when that's brought to us in December, Blaine, just to kind of see how the past budgeted money was spent in a basic fashion?
We can break out basically, we pay them in installments, and they in turn, pay their folks and fund their expenses. But we can break out the anticipated expenses by line item if that's what you'd like.
Yeah, well, where I'm especially interested is I'm glad that Commissioner Parker brought up the question of pay for these folks. And one of the things I've admired about this from the beginning is that we're paying everybody a living wage. And while that base salary is good, if we have people sticking around doing good work, I'd like to better understand if there's room in the budget for those people to get raises as is applicable and seen as warranted by the folks overseeing the program. And so just a stronger understanding of those budget line items would help us, I think, make that decision. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Carol?
Hi, Terris. Thanks for the presentation. I could echo what everyone else has said, but I think it's there's been some perhaps stress about what what you all have done is different because of COVID, but it's also incredibly wonderful that we've had the neighborhood leaders in this time of COVID because you've all played a really wonderful role, and I particularly love how people are getting out into the neighborhood leaders are getting out right into the neighborhoods, like over in the east side into Athens Garden Apartments and such with the resource fairs. I think that's just wonderful. I do have a couple of questions. And one is, we were talking about data and or some of the other commissioners, and you may have covered this, but I thought when I've met with a couple of the neighborhood leaders over the past year, and that is there some kind of data collection app that the neighborhood leaders are using? Because she was putting down something like, oh, this counts as, a connection. So is that how how is that app working? And are you all happy with the app? Is that the basic source of your data collection?
Yes, I'll answer that. I'm very happy with the app. It's a link. It's an online link. And as I shared earlier, Athens-Clarke County Geospatial, the department, Joseph and Mary, they created that for us. And our neighborhood leaders are able to enter previously, prior to having the link or the app, they entered case notes and then I would compile a report. But now the app, they're able to enter the work that they're doing in real time. And so that it could be seen as an app, but that information that they enter, they're able to enter it and categorize the work that they're doing, share the observation, the goal, and the follow-up if it's a repeat service. And so all of that is in the online tool, and then that information is seen by you, myself. We can all see that on the dashboard. It's a comprehensive dashboard where you're able to go in. So yes, and those, the neighborhood leaders are able to get the information in, and there's a refresh every Monday. And so the work that they do previously, every Monday by 5 p.m., neighborhood leaders have to enter all of their data for the previous week, their case notes for the previous week. And so on Mondays by 5, Mary refreshes the system, and we're able to see, what you're able to see the data there. So
yeah, and we've just had that.
Maybe send you the link so that you guys can access that to see it.
So there's actually a lot of quantitative data and probably qualitative data that you've been collecting. That's wonderful.
Absolutely. Yes.
The second thing is just a very practical. I think I have 3 points here. Is very practical. And this is to me, I guess the program's new, but then a new commissioner. Should I be directing people who have social service issues in my commission district directly to my neighborhood leaders rather than going through our county commissioner? I mean, not our clerk of commissions and going through it that way. Should I be reaching out to them directly?
I think that's a great question. And for us, the goal is, the expectation is that the neighborhood leader will be making contact with you, also the commissioners, once a month to at least communicate what's happening there. So, of course, if there's a need, then we would encourage you to refer that need to the neighborhood leader so that they can assist the resident. But also maintain relationship and communication with them so that you know what's going on in your zone as well. So
yeah, I think I have 3 neighborhood leaders, so I'm gonna, in my next 2, I'll be better at meeting them all more regularly. And the third thing was just sort of more evaluative. For you, after doing this amount of time, what have been some of the biggest challenges for you as a director for the neighborhood leaders? Small, one big, and maybe some ideas you all have for tweaking things going forward, from you as director and also from the people on the ground?
Well, I wouldn't say this as a challenge necessarily, because I understand the framework of human service work. When you're doing human service work, there are oftentimes lots of questions. And many times, what I found, just as Commissioner Thornton say, sometimes you hear negative commentary before you're able to explain what you're really here to do. And also, sometimes for me, the challenge of someone thinking poverty can be fixed in a year, and having to communicate that it's a process, and so that, but also as it relates to me as a director, candidly, is also understanding that our job, the neighborhood leader's job includes direct service or connection to the resident in the community, and all of our neighborhood leaders have extensive reach. Awesome when it comes to connecting, but it's also a job. It's a professional job. So being able to bring that into alignment as well. So sometimes it's that, because when you are an engager or a community engager, or like me, a person who loves people and you want the best for people, you may do work 45 hours. Well, actually, you may work, there's 24 hours in a day, and you may try to squeeze 26 hours out of the 24 because you love people and you're doing it all the time. And so another thing is to, being able to communicate the need for self-care, right, and encouraging our neighborhood leaders to pause, breathe, create their own routines so that they're getting their 40 hours in and it works for them, just being positive and taking care of themselves. But though for certain, understanding that the direct service, the work that we're doing in the community is work, but there's an administrative component to our position also, to this job. And that sometimes making sure that's understood, because again, it's a professional job.
Right, and for the long term, you have to have that, set the boundaries.
Absolutely.
Self-care.
Absolutely.
We can't do 20.
Encourage them. Encourage all the time to pause. We do it all the time. And we're thankful Crystal, Office of Inclusion, was just with us a couple weeks back to talk to us about how to do facilitation, but to also facilitate conversations with yourself. So yes. I hope I've answered that.
And one other thing I would add that is probably pretty obvious, but when there aren't resources that are needed, and that's something I know y'all hear about all the time, but and right now rental assistance being the huge one, and I know y'all are addressing that, but that relates back to the self-care because the neighborhood leader themselves are experiencing secondary trauma because they're trying to help this person in a desperate situation. And oftentimes they're able to help them, but there are sometimes when the resources just aren't there, and that is emotionally challenging and just really difficult.
All right.
All right. Moving right along.
All right. I think we're ready for the next item. Thank you so much, Terris and Tim. We really appreciate your work and that of the neighborhood leaders broadly.
Thank you all very much, and thank you for the vision and partnership.
All right. Our second of 6 items on the agenda tonight is a presentation on the West Broad Street at West Hancock Roundabout. And we have Rani Katreeb with Transportation and Public Works and Erik Hammarlund from Benesch, our on-call consultants that have been working on this project. So with that, Rani, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation earlier. That was very enlightening. Great work there. Our presentation tonight is an update pretty much for you guys and a refresher on the West Broad at Hancock intersection improvement. This project, as you may all recall or know, it's funded by the TSPLOST project number 13, West Broad Pedestrian Improvement Funding Program. Historically, we started this project, and it's specifically the roundabout was presented to a mayor and commission in December 2019. And Erik, if you want to go to the next slide, there are some bullet points I would like to highlight. And if there's any questions about going back in time and discussing how we got here, we will also discuss briefly some public engagement that we've done before the CDO that was approved in December of 2019 by elected officials at that time. A reminder here, this project is partially funded through an agreement with GDOT. They provided us a letter. In that letter, it laid down the responsibilities of funding between GDOT, Georgia Transportation, and ACC, Athens-Clarke County, where GDOT will provide $2.5 million towards construction and $250,000 for utility relocation costs. Anything above and beyond that would be the locals to provide. At that time, our cost estimate was around $5.9 or $6 million. Today, we still have the same cost estimate total for the project, and we will go over those that information here shortly. We are currently in the receive of GDOT concept report. This is a big milestone in terms of generating and developing preliminary engineering plan. After this point, we will continue working, developing those plans and formulating the construction plans that become a part of the bid document on this project. This project is following the GDOT plan development process, which is very intense process that's involved in environmental studies, surveys, and checking the box following GDOT process. With that being said, I'll hand it over to Erik Hammarlund. Erik is our project manager from the consultant, Alfred Benesch and Company, who has been working on this project since early 2019 and continues to work on it. Along on the line, we also have Mark Lenters. Mark is a roundabout specialist. He's also here to answer any questions you may have as well as Stephen Bailey from the Transportation Public Works Department, our interim director, and he's also here to answer any questions regarding budgets.
Thanks, Ronnie. And I think we also have one more team member, John Walker,
Yes.
also with Kimley Horn. John is our traffic guru and has been a key part of our team moving this design forward. So just to give everybody an update, we know there have been a few folks who have not been involved since the beginning of the project. So we wanted to use this just as an opportunity to give everybody kind of an update. So we're going to back up and just go over some of the existing conditions and take you up to where we are now in the plan development process. So I think everybody's familiar with the intersection we're looking at. It's the West Broad, West Hancock intersection. If you've gone out there and tried to cross the road, you are well aware of the problems out there. There is just an expanse of pavement and concrete. The intersection angles are pretty dangerous. There's lots of skewed angles. There's lots of compromised sight distance. You can see this one intersection angle between Glen Haven and West Hancock. You can see that there are no pedestrian facilities, especially across West Broad. And you can see the straight shot that's looking west, down West Broad. And you're probably very well aware of the high speeds, vehicular speeds that we're seeing down through the corridor. On top of all that, we have a tributary. We have Brooklyn Creek that runs right through the intersection. There is a double box culvert that runs underneath the road that carries the creek. We just did have the culvert inspected. We requested that GDOT look at the culvert and confirm that it was in good shape, and it indeed it is in good condition. We will be making some minor improvements to it as we work on our intersection project as well. I'm not going to read these bullet points to you, but just wanted to reiterate some of the highlights that we're focused on as we move through our design. We want to get rid of the confusing intersection geometry. We want to try to simplify that intersection so all users have an easier time navigating it. We want to solve the issue of the pedestrian facilities. We want to make sure that they can cross any of those legs safely. And we do want to solve the problem of delays and long queuing. I'm sure you've seen long stacks of vehicles at the intersection on any of the legs. So again, these were our objectives moving forward. And these were reviewed with Mayor and Commission about 2 years ago when we went through different alternatives. We know we want to enhance the safety. We want to improve the efficiency. We knew that we wanted to maintain access to all 5 major legs of the intersection. We heard loud and clear that the Plaza, Minor, and West Hancock all needed to have direct access to the intersection. We wanted to maintain that connectivity. And we looked at several roundabout placements, including several that got a little closer to the creek, maybe closer than we wanted. So we heard that loud and clear as well, and we shifted the roundabout location so now we don't have any impacts to the creek. And we got that direction during our concept work that included several public involvement opportunities. Again, these were back in 2019. If you remember back then, we went to the Rock Springs Community Center and we made a presentation to them. Mark Lenters led that. We actually brought some very neat tools to that presentation. We had big layouts and we had little toy cars, and we were able to show folks kind of a hands-on experience how vehicles manage to get through a roundabout. Everyone learns by different means, and so it's nice to kind of lay out a map and use a car and show somebody hands-on how these roundabouts operate. We made a presentation to Mayor and Commission back in November of 2019 that went through the alternatives, and that's where we identified the preferred alternative. And then we've had a follow-up public information meeting at the Community Career Academy just up the road from the intersection. We had pretty good attendance at all those, and we got good feedback. Right now, we are scheduled to have additional public outreach in January and February of next year. And in addition to that, we're going to be scheduling individual stakeholder meetings. In particular, we want to meet with the Housing Authority because we do have impacts to their property. We want to meet with the church because they're located in close proximity to the intersection. We want them to be well aware of what will happen throughout the design and construction period. We've already initiated coordination with the Board of Education, recognizing that they're looking at making improvements to the school on the corner. And we're also planning on meeting with lots of the private business owners and homeowners in that area. This is a sheet that just shows some of the, a summary of the preferred alternative. And I think it makes sense to just skip to the next slide that shows the layout. And what I'd like to reiterate here is that we developed, I think it was about 6 to 8 different alternatives back in 2019. And what we learned through the public outreach and through meetings with Mayor and Commission, again, was that we wanted to meet several objectives. We wanted to stay away from the creek. We wanted to maintain connectivity for all those legs of the intersection. And we wanted to make sure that we were really addressing safety for pedestrians through the intersection. And this was the resulting layout. If you can see underneath the colored areas of the schematic, it is really biased, placed over kind of where the nose of the Housing Authority property is right now. That allowed us to do multiple things. That allowed the connectivity of all of the roads. And primarily that allowed us to stay off of Brooklyn Creek. We do have one major impact. We do have a displacement of the plumbing business that's located at the corner. That parcel will allow us to do some construction staging, and we'll be able to store a little bit of materials. We'll be able to base our work from that parcel. And it's also got kind of a secondary effect is we'll be able to, I think, create some green space there and protect the creek. And, this project will involve an art component. So whether that's in the middle of the roundabout or maybe that's in that green space, it gives us several opportunities there to enhance what isn't just an intersection, but we do visualize this as a gateway into Athens from the west side of town. This is a pretty natural place from a transition from the more commercial areas along West Broad to the more historic and the more residential nature of downtown. Moving on, this was just a summary sheet of our environmental impacts. And we have a very clean project. We don't have any anticipated environmental impacts. We do have some work proposed within the stream buffer, so we'll have a stream buffer variance. But at this time, again, no impacts to the creek or the culvert. This is an overview of the funding, and it's probably a little confusing at first, but it shows the difference between the initial cost estimates a couple of years ago and current cost estimates, and the fact that we're still very close. We're still within the same total cost when you consider PE, that's preliminary engineering funding, environmental mitigation, right-of-way acquisition costs, utility relocation costs, and construction costs. And the difference between the reddish, the pinkish color, and the orange color, those are simply differentiating the GDOT commitments versus the Athens funding commitments. Rani, did you want to speak to this slide still?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Erik. This was very good. So when it comes to the program, and there's confusion when we talk about a project versus a program. So let's talk about the program funding. The program funding allocated for it was $3.86 million. So far, we have encumbered and expensed from that amount of money a number of items shown here, and the available funding is $2.731. This includes about $352,000 in contingency for the project. The project expenses, as shown here, preliminary engineering for phase 1, which has been encumbered under task order 1 and 2 for Alfred Benesch and Company, is in the amount of $575,000. This amount was approved by Mayor and Commission concurrent with the concept approval in 2019 with that CDO recorded. We still have additional design work to do, and we're coming to you with a future, and it's in this upcoming cycle, November-December cycle, an agenda to approve the current and updated concept report as shown on the approved concept report by GDOT of this August, and also request additional authorization to continue using Benesch and authorize us to encumber $554,000 that would total $1,129,000 originally identified as the preliminary engineering cost for this project. So anyway, the third item and so on, it shows the various items needed to get this project done. So the total local contribution for this project is $3,306,000. Like I said, we're already encumbered, expensed $575,000. What we have today, which is $2,731,000, is earmarked, and we will be requesting that this money will continue to be earmarked for this project as a local contribution to meet our commitment with GDOT. I'll be happy to come back to this slide and answer any questions you may have. On our next slide, these are our major milestones coming up. Erik have expressed some of those. I'd like to point out that our right-of-way approval would be is anticipated in June 2023. At that point, we are authorized to move forward with negotiation. We cannot negotiate with anybody unless we have plans approved by GDOT, which is anticipated in December. Right-of-way authorization takes some time. Following by that, we'll start the right-of-way acquisition. It is anticipated to take about a year. Sometimes we're lucky to get it done before that. Sometimes it takes longer, especially if there are people that we can't locate or we couldn't meet or agree on certain terms. Final construction plans followed by bid award. would be in 2024. Construction anticipated to start in January 2025 and take about 12 to 18 months to complete. The project managers on this project, we have, like I said, three entities involved. We have the Department Transportation Public Works. I am the contact for that, for the department on this project. Randy Blair is our project manager with GDOT. Randy has been very helpful walking us through the hoops of GDOT process. Erik as well has been helping us to keep us online and on schedule with the various requirements with GDOT. With that, our presentation ends and we open the floor for questions.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, go right ahead.
I had a quick one about, I'm looking at this as you're coming west on Atlanta Highway and you have this left turn lane into Hodgson Drive. And that kind of caught my eye. I was wondering why we put that there and didn't just have traffic go in the circle and then up Hodgson. Thanks.
So that was one of, I think that was one of the comments that we heard from some of those folks in that subdivision, that they would like access, and we are trying to give them access, and we feel like we can give them safe access to take a left into the subdivision, but we did not feel comfortable giving them a left out of that subdivision. So if you were in that subdivision and you wanted to head towards downtown, you would have to come out, take a right, and then do a U-turn and come back back towards the roundabout. We didn't feel like it was a very heavy movement. John Walker, I don't know if you're still on the call, if you have any additional insights there.
Thank you, Erik. This is John Walker. Yes, you're correct. Currently today, that's what we consider a full movement intersection, left in, left out, right in, right out, and allowing the mainline left turn into the site. That we refer to that in traffic engineering as an R-cut intersection. It allows the mainline lefts in. It's a fairly safe movement and felt comfortable. It's the side street left turn. That's where we get nervous about the operations and safety. And so that's why that movement was prohibited, as Erik mentioned.
Now, I believe they will have, this is a through street, so they have an option to go up north and tie back into, I believe, King or the Plaza.
Correct.
If that's easier
Carol
for
had a
them.
question as well.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Rani and team, for this. This was before I got on the commission, and that was a good reminder to me that it was way before. But I was very involved in this because of Athens in Motion and attended that very fun public input session over at Rock Springs. It's also really helpful in terms of us looking at the TSPLOST later and any discussion of this, because I had sort of forgotten the financing part of it and how really what we're doing here is taking advantage of the GDOT program and the monies and then adding to it with that West Broad corridor money to make it safer and more accessible for the people there. And I think even like when I was reviewing this, just seeing the way that I think this is going to be a big change because it's right here in the center of town and this roundabout here. But I was like really pleased looking at these numbers to see how if you look at the morning and evening, time to get through this intersection, you're actually reducing it by half by both times of the day. And I love the idea of actually having some public art in the middle of this to be this sort of welcome and this marker of getting into the older part of downtown and away from the Atlanta highway strip that exists in every town in America. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you. It was actually really helped me get my head back into this project. and remember all those little cars and options that you guys had. So appreciate all the work.
You mentioned something very important there. This will be a huge change for the corridor. And along those lines, I think we need to have a continued public outreach effort, not just to tell them, hey, this is what's happening, but to continue the excitement for the project, continue the education of what roundabouts do for everybody. And I think that needs to be a continued process all the way up through construction to let people know how big a change and how exciting an opportunity this is for the corridor.
And I'll adding on to that, as having reviewed our TSPLOST projects that are coming up, with roads and with bike infrastructure, it doesn't matter where you live in Clarke County, you're going to use that, and especially this one here. So even though I'm on the east side, and some people, who live in the middle of town probably never go over the east side, I would say everyone on the east side goes through this intersection, and I will get questions about it, even though I'm 5 miles from it. So it helps me understand it so I can better present it to people as well.
Thanks, Carol. I think Jesse had a question too.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm feeling a little dumb, but I'm going to ask anyway because it sounds like it makes sense to Carol. But I'm looking at the dollars for the SPLOST 2023 and then 2018 and the amount total that the slideshow says we need, and I feel like the two TSPLOST numbers are more than what I'm seeing as needed in this slideshow. So could someone just kind of break down for me why we're getting that $2.9 million proposal in the upcoming TSPLOST in addition to the money that we see in the slideshow from the 2018 TSPLOST?
I can jump in for that one, Commissioner Holt. So the 2023 proposal, which you'll be hearing about in a little bit from Lauren, is actually one put forward by residents, and members of a West Broad user group. But that was something that was really anticipating, since we are using a majority of the 2018 funds for the roundabout itself, which you can see here. The original amount that we had set aside was $3.8 million, and our contribution locally is at least $3.3 million. The amount that we could put toward other projects in the West Broad neighborhood keeps shrinking, right? So as costs go up, or as our contribution is matching, that means that there's less and less available for other projects in that corridor. And so the thought behind the 2023 proposal was really a timing issue. It was a really smart idea of, since we're still waiting for this project to come to fruition and waiting on GDOT, and construction timing, that means this 2018 money is just sitting there as matching funds. But if we could get if the approval comes in that 2023 money could go instead toward this roundabout, then all of a sudden you have money, the existing 2018 funds that can go toward other projects for the community. So it's really a timing kind of shift to allow for some of the other projects that the neighborhood had expressed they wanted.
Thank you. It now makes beautiful, wonderful sense. Thanks, y'all, for the presentation.
Sure.
Got Melissa and then Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, that last discussion kind of cleared up some of my concerns about the timing of the project and the assurance that some of that leftover 2018 money will definitely go into the neighborhoods with some dire needs there, because there was a proposal for 2023 TSPLOST to address those needs under the supposition that the 2018 money was being used up by this project. So hopefully this all works out and we can assure that funding is utilized for traffic needs in the neighborhoods. I just want to reiterate how important this project is and thank y'all for the tremendous amount of public engagement that went on. I mean, I feel like I've been to at least a dozen community meetings about this. And of course, it's been a while because I believe the last one was in person before COVID. But, this project has been years in the making and has had a lot of community engagement. And I'm confident that that will continue to go forward. I had a conversation with a nearby property owner whose property will be impacted by it. And I just want some assurance from staff that that property owner has been communicated with. You know, there is one house on Hodgson Street that the backyard, a small sliver of the backyard will be taken in this project. So if staff could speak to that.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Link, thank you so much. We appreciate the feedback, and I've been in contact with the owner, and we will be involving this gentleman and many other owners with similar level of engagement, and give them an opportunity to either meet with us or with our team, the entire team, and or put in any feedback through the GDOT, the Public Information Open House, which is it will be using GDOT platform. We will be posting those links for those impacted property owners and everybody within 1 mile, and anyone that anyone can send us their list that they are interested in this project to receive any update on it. We will be more than happy to provide the webpage and the link for the public engagement and receive any feedback.
Great, thank you. I do also want to continue to relay my concerns about traffic calming uphill on both sides, well, all 3 sides from this, the desperate need to assure that cars are approaching this roundabout at a reasonable speed so they don't just blow through it. So I just want to reiterate the need to redirect some of those 2018 funds uphill in all 3 directions, or 4 actually. The plaza could use some traffic calming, Hancock could use it, and West Broad could use it from both directions. So I look forward to having that conversation when we talk about spending the rest of those 2018 funds addressing general traffic needs, not just this roundabout itself.
Thanks, Melissa. I think Patrick had a couple questions, and Tim as well.
Yes, Commissioner Link asked one of the question about traffic calming, because this is a very speedway type, speedway road, especially going downhill from each direction. But 2 extra questions just popped in my head. There's some beautiful crepe myrtles in the median. I'd love for them to be saved if GDOT has any plans for that. And there are some nice big trees at the corner of West Broad, Athens-Clarke Authority property. And I think there's going to be a retaining wall built. Will those trees be saved? Crepe myrtles, would they be saved? And those trees at the Athens-Clarke Authority, would they be saved?
Yeah, those are good questions. So it would be our intent to reestablish crepe myrtles in that median section on the west side of the roundabout. GDOT does have some guidelines for landscaping within a roundabout, and it's generally low-level landscaping. It's certainly our intent to beautify that roundabout and dress it up with some landscaping. I don't necessarily think we'll be able to put anything tall in the roundabout, but that's an ongoing discussion that we've already started having with GDOT. Unfortunately, we're going to lose some trees on the corner of the Housing Authority. You are correct. I believe there are, I think it's 2 trees that we're going to lose in the front. And we are going to have a retaining wall. We're going to, at a minimum, match the aesthetic of the existing retaining wall that is around that corner. And I hope it's something that we can dress up and possibly incorporate some signage into or something to help enhance the gateway feeling of the intersection. But yes, we will lose some trees on the Housing Authority property.
That is terrible news to hear. Some of the residents have expressed concerns. Well, have stated that they're nice shady trees.
I understand. Yeah.
If any way GDOT can save them, that'd be great. But I completely understand it. Thank you.
Well, and we'll look at that when we get into some more detailed plans. And when we were shifting the roundabout, just to give you a little bit more information, it was it really came down to, do we end up impacting the creek or do we impact the trees? And I think at least with the trees, we'll have some opportunity to maybe replant some trees, or at least try to replace them somehow. I know you can't replace those big, beautiful trees that are out there. But it ended up being, I think, the right choice to stay away from the creek and preserve that. And unfortunately, we will lose those few trees in the front of the housing authority, though.
I would suspect those trees are probably on their last legs. They're water oaks, and one in that vicinity did come down a few years ago and cause substantial damage. So I would love to see them replaced with more appropriate urban species.
Okay.
I think Tim had a question, but it may have been answered in a previous response.
Yeah, I think it mainly got up. I'll just take this moment really fast to thank staff for doing a great job being able to straighten out the plaza even more. I know that was one of the concerns we had for the creek and for the properties there, and y'all pulled it off, so great job.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'll close by making the same pitch that I made the last time we had a conversation about this, and so I'm glad that a GDOT representative is here. And that is that I hope we look further west, and given that this is going to allow greater facilitation of traffic movement, maybe we can see a greening of the stretch of West Broad Street and Atlanta Highway between where Epps Bridge terminates and this point. We've got 7 lanes of asphalt there, and at a minimum, I'd like to see at least some planted areas that we don't have right now.
And I'll add that there was an accident right up the street near Magnolia just in the past hour or two. I got an alert. So there's a lot of issues going on uphill if we could reduce those traffic lanes and slow things down.
All right, well, everybody, thanks so much for your work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all for your feedback and your questions.
Thank you
for having us.
All right, Blaine, go ahead and guide us into our next conversation.
Yes, thank you. So there's a text amendment on mass grading. Actually, I think it affects several items that were on the agenda. Something that the Planning Commission has looked at a couple of times over the past year. There are some ramifications and some technical implications here. I think that the Commission indicated they wanted to hear more about. And so we've got Brad Griffin here with our Planning Director, as well as Todd Stevenson, our Stormwater Coordinator, Division Leader, is here tonight to talk to you about those implications and answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brad.
Okay, everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Am I heard?
Yes.
Okay, great. And you can see my screen?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. Feels like it's been a long time since I've been in one of these work sessions, so kind of good to come back. We've got our purpose primarily tonight between myself and Todd is to quickly give you kind of a brief history on how this got to the point it is now, what it intends to accomplish if approved, and then some of the perceived benefits that we see as staff with the implementation of this change based on trends that we have seen historically with subdivision development. So just having started right there, historically, this all started back in the late fall of 2019 when the mayor sent a development charge or a work charge on inclusionary development issues to the Planning Commission. One of the things that was included, there were a lot of things in there, some specific things pointed at inclusionary zoning, at density changes, increases, and a lot of these things have been done, a lot of them being worked on. But what drove this grading amendment was one specifically that said the examination of current impediments to site development and related solutions that provide the underlying framework for residential development. For example, grading schedules, road interconnectivity, application of single-family height restrictions, minimum lot sizes, etc. So that was a charge presented to the Planning Commission. They started work on it in January of 20. They formed 2 committees, kind of split up the work effort between 2 of them, one in land use, one in housing. This fell, I believe, into the land use committee, and then they got to work looking at first current ordinance, what it does not do, as they work through their solutions. And we've sent all this information to you, a lot of information in the packet. I think it's really well described in the executive summary. That's about a 4 or 5 page document that's also included in what you have in your packet for the voting meeting. But they work with local architects, engineers, planners, as well as our Athens-Clarke County engineering staff from Transportation Public Works on issues, and then sent forward to you in October the recommendation that has been the basis for the amendments you have now. But currently what we have in place for development of single-family subdivisions in single-family zones restricts your ability to grade within those developments initially anything other than the street itself and right-of-way. You get an additional 15 feet on either side of that right-of-way. Normally a right-of-way in a neighborhood's 50 feet. So you get a total width of 80 feet to work in, and then you also get to grade for utilities and for stormwater, but you can't touch anything outside of that, which is going to be the bulk of what will ultimately become all of your residential lots. They have to sit undisturbed until the roads have been built, have been accepted, and then final plats are created, and then those lots begin to be graded in groups at that point after the rest of it is done. And I've got a graphic that'll show you that in just a second. But that is what was attempting to be looked at. So here's just a graphic that was provided to the Planning Commission that kind of shows some of the issues. When you get into 10 and 15% even cross slopes on roads, you start to end up with, you can't get back within the required slope shoulders to existing grade without having to put in temporary retaining walls on either side that will ultimately then be removed. And this is for a cross slope. You've got the same issues with vertical slopes on streets. They can only be so steep. I think it's about 12% is all you can do on a public street. And so to do that, you start getting into retaining walls as well. So kind of recapping this from the current situation, what we're dealing with, these grading restrictions in neighborhood preclude comprehensive drainage. Let's see if I can move this. A comprehensive drainage plan, and I think that's what Todd's going to be a real great resource for you guys this evening on, because you're building your roads, you're not building your lots. So the inability to grade the lots at the same time really starts to affect an overall comprehensive grading approach to ensure that the lots, when developed, the water's going to go where it needs to go and not where you don't want it to go, because it's all graded at the same time. We also deal with issues with topsoil. As you grade in this manner, you ultimately end up in situations where you're either having to take dirt off the site or ultimately bring dirt back. And there's also really no logical place, because of the lack of ability to grade outside of those right-of-ways, for topsoil stockpiling to be saved. So you have that loss as well. Here we go. And just in pointing out, and I've said it again, currently, right now, this type of a grading restriction only exists in the RS zoning districts. So just for an example, a commercial development like the Oak Grove grocery store that you all just approved, it's on about a 16-acre site for the shopping center. When that goes to permitting, it can all be graded at the same time and built. Multifamily developments like the one that we just approved up on the whole road behind McDonald's, that can all be graded at one time. Even single family subdivisions, if they're in a district other than RS, can be graded without the restrictions you have in the RS. So we're only dealing right now with subdivisions in those RS zones. Everything else is handled differently. And it has limited development options since this thing was adopted back in 2005 in terms of new subdivisions that have been able to be designed in a manner to achieve density and yet still be able to grade it under the current ordinance. I'm not sure why I'm not moving here. Okay. I'm going to go through these real quick, but the one on the left is how it would develop under our current ordinance that's in place today. One on the right attempts to show the difference if you were allowed to operate under the proposal that is in front of you, which would allow you to grade up to 25 acres at a time, still with some exterior buffers that would be in place and some other development restrictions. But this was provided to the Planning Commission work group by Smith Planning Group. We can't take credit for this one, but what they're showing here, you're first within 3 months. Under our current ordinance on the left, you've graded the 80-foot wide swath for the roads, and you've graded an area to get to the stormwater, which is there on the left. This one would be, where you could come in and grade up to the 25 acres. Since this was done, there is an additional requirement for these edges that you would have to maintain 20 feet undisturbed during the course of this development. Up until the time you create your lots and start building houses, those buffers would be required to remain in place. Ultimately, they're going to more than likely become the backyards of the houses once the lots are created. And then at that time, if the developer or the builders wish to remove those trees, they certainly could. But at 3 months, here's where we are in terms of difference. 6 months on the left, the roads are starting to go in. We're still grading on the right. Utilities are going in, streets are being built, ponds are capturing silt in both cases. We get to 9 months, we're still working comprehensively on the right under the current ordinance. You've stabilized the area you've disturbed, but that's just the 80 feet, and you're working towards final plat. And then at 12 months, you see that you're starting to open up some grading for lots on the left. On the right, within the first year, you should have your roads in. You should have your entire development graded and revegetated to where what you have opened up has been reestablished with vegetation so as to not cause continuing. We should be pad ready on the one on the right within the first 12 months for people to start building houses on lots that have been already graded in a manner that is getting the water where it needs to go, instead of counting on those to be done individually. And as we move through, just quickly, at 30 months, we've still got an open site on the left because they're having to come in and still have heavy construction equipment in there. These lots, the ones in the brown, are still being graded. For the ones on the right, you're building houses. At the end of a 3-year period, and this is conceptual, but theoretically, you've got full built out and completion on the right. If they're allowed to grade initially up front, the one on the right is still about halfway through the process. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a difference in terms of what the Planning Commission is recommending that you consider, which is to allow up to this 25 acres to be handled at one time. And then I'm going to ask Todd to come in at this point and kind of give you his perspective as a stormwater administrator as to the benefits that they feel like they would gain from being able to grade subdivisions within these 25 acres at a time versus the way we are currently doing it. But here you see some of the results of this in terms of retaining walls between houses and steep front yards in order to try to get to grade under the current ordinance where you can only grade the 80 feet at once. So at that point, Todd, I'm going to turn it over to you and just let me know when you want me to change slides.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and hopefully everyone can hear me.
We can.
You can, cool. Yes. All right. In my short segment here, I'm going to introduce you to a term that I've not used before, but it describes something that you probably have seen. Then I'm going to attempt to show you that this thing can happen just about anywhere and what we may be able to do about it. So we'll start with a FEMA flood map. I've just randomly chosen a part of Athens-Clarke County near Hawthorne and Oglethorpe. And we can see the blue floodplain, right? So that's the area that is subject to flooding. So why is it that we're likely to get drainage complaints from just about everywhere shown on this map, and indeed from every part of Athens-Clarke County? So next slide. So let's add in the state waters. These are buffered streams that run pretty much year round. and we see that contributes some more area. But the calls we get are likely to come from outside these areas as well. So what's going on? Next slide. Oh, here we go. So what I've done here is to delineate a watershed divide. That's the red line. Everything in this view flows to the Middle Oconee River. To the south of the red line, it gets there through what FEMA calls Tributary A. To the north, it flows into Hancock Creek that outlets to the river in Ben Burton Park. And to the east, it drains to Brooklyn Creek. What you can also see on this map are blue arrows that I've added. Now, of course, these blue arrows don't exist on the ground. They're like the yellow first down line we see on televised football games. In the same way that yellow line represents something that is relevant, the blue line shows something that is just as real. So next slide. So you notice on the lower left side, that's a legend that accompanies floodplain maps. It says, nature doesn't read floodplain maps, and I've circled that. That's the truest thing we'll ever see on these flood maps. And the blue arrows I drew, and that are not on the FEMA flood maps, are called fluvial flooding. So if you ever hear someone say, you wouldn't believe how much water there is, it's like a river, you will know they are talking about fluvial flooding. A woman who called a couple of weeks ago described it perfectly. She said, it's not a pretty thing, and it's unsightly when it happens. So we could add that to the definition of fluvial flooding. So next slide. There's an old federal document called Hydrometeorological Report number 51, created by the Corps of Engineers and NOAA. It contains information on what we can think of as the perfect storm, the probable maximum precipitation, or PMP for short. The 6-hour PMP for our part of Georgia is 30.5 inches. That compares to the 6-hour 100-year rainfall of 5.8 inches. Now, if it rains 30 inches in 6 hours, there's going to be a puddle in just about everyone's yard. The blue arrows are going to be everywhere. Now, I don't expect to ever see that much rain. And usually 2 or 3 inches of rain is enough to generate a fair amount of pluvial flooding in Athens-Clarke County. And there does appear to be a tendency to more extreme rain events going forward. So next slide. So what does all this mean with regard to grading for single-family residential lots? And this slide is similar to one that Brad went over. But what has usually happened in the past and currently is that streets and residential lots are superimposed on natural drainage patterns that are not immediately obvious to homeowners until it rains hard. There may be runoff from half a dozen houses draining into someone's backyard that flows right over the septic field or up against the house. And that's when they call us. If grading isn't allowed on single-family lots until individual building permits are pulled, there is no land disturbing activity permit. Because there is no land disturbance activity permit, there is no comprehensive drainage plan for the yards. That puts our land development inspection team on the sidelines. There's all this land disturbance going on in yards as individual building permits are pulled, but there is no associated drainage plan for us to review and no land development activity permit. The building inspectors are out there, but not our land development inspectors. With regard to topsoil, it could be very well taken off site. There is no topsoil management plan that we review. That means there is more stormwater runoff and often more nutrient runoff because residents feel like they have to fertilize like crazy to get grass to grow. Next slide, which is the last slide. So what we get with the proposed text amendments are stronger stormwater standards.
we get a comprehensive drainage plan that shows where runoff goes on each lot. The smaller the lots are, the more important this becomes. If we have a small yard, we really want to have a drainage system that makes sense, instead of water running seemingly randomly across the yard. I was in a public speaking course once, and the instructor said, "You'll still get butterflies when you speak, but you can teach them to fly in formation. We will still get pluvial flooding, but it will be in the backyard swales and side yard swales. Our land development inspectors will be able to be out there to help ensure it gets built correctly. There will be a grading plan. If we update our technical standards, the topsoil preservation part of it can be addressed as well." So last year, the Planning Land Use Subcommittee asked me about grading on single-family lots, with the exception of the fact that I did not use the term pluvial flooding or show a map with a bunch of blue arrows on it. I've saved that for you. This is a summary of what I told them. And with that, my part of this presentation concludes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Todd. And that's really the end of what we've got. It's I think it is interesting that the technical standard side of it too will be coming later. Before we decided to bring this amendment to you through the Planning Commission, we did meet with our staff downstairs in TPW and discussed whether to bring it through as all one package with the technical standards. And I think we all agreed we felt like it was important enough to at least try to get this in front of you as the first step while they continue to work on some of the more technical things that will live in their standards that really aren't appropriate at this point to live in a zoning ordinance. You put them in a zoning ordinance, they end up getting regulated by your planners instead of your construction guys out on site. And we just didn't feel like that was really where we are. So we're going to stop right there. I'm going to stop sharing the screen. I know you guys have questions, and we want to try to answer everything we can.
Thanks, Brad and Todd. Any presentation that takes in butterflies flying in formation and the digital first down line is one I'm here for. So I saw Melissa's hand, so I'm going to start with her.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for this presentation because it really, really helps me understand the broader impact of this ordinance. I mean, this is complex stuff. It's not just about putting houses on the ground, but that stormwater stuff is really complex, and it's something we all hear about very, very often. So this really clears stuff up for me a lot. I do have a question because part of the mayor's charge in assigning this had to do with enabling affordable housing. And just by the mere fact that this will enable folks to actually start developing some of these subdivisions, it theoretically increase supply and theoretically bring costs down, but there's no way to guarantee that that's going to happen. There's no way to assure that the savings that developers will accrue will get passed on to the homeowners. And I'd really love to see us come up with some mechanism to ensure some small percentage of, quote unquote, affordable or moderate income homes are incorporated, or even, some kind of partnership with a housing partner to assure some perpetual affordable homes, even if they're non-conforming lots within the subdivision. So I'd really like to, this is not the place for that discussion, but maybe I should schedule a meeting with Brad and a couple other commissioners who are interested in this question so we can kind of put our heads together and see if there is some meager means of enabling that, even if it's for, some of the lower densities, someone wants to build a RS-25 subdivision, if we can get it out of some of those. But yeah, that's something that I want to look into more.
And Melissa, just to give you and the rest of the body an update on what the Inclusionary Zoning Task Force has underway. They, of course, are kind of taking the first cut by looking at commercial zones and then multifamily districts. When I talked to Alice Kidman, who's chairing that group just a couple of days ago, she said really what they see as Chapter 2 is diving into single-family areas and creating greater affordability there. And of course, in that presentation that we were provided about a year ago. Some relatively low-hanging fruit was mentioned, the ability to put in auxiliary dwelling units and a couple of other things. But Alice thought that there was going to be even more on tap. So, the way I see this is, this is an essential to get any single-family development at all. In much the same way that we have to have standards for, putting in a road bed or getting in utilities, and then we'll be able to develop that menu, that buffet of tools that are going to get us more affordability.
And Mayor, if I might, and I think an appropriate way to do that, certainly staff meet with commissioners to troubleshoot or brainstorm, but ultimately I think, having the mayor refer it to either inclusionary zoning or perhaps back to the planning commission for those types of considerations, if you're going to make changes in policy, would be a good way to do that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because this is such, it's such a carrot for developers, to finally be able to start developing some of that land that's been really unfeasible, fiscally unfeasible for a long time. But maybe there should be a threshold by which this carrot kicks in, some kind of affordability mechanism threshold by which this kicks in. That's kind of, I'll jot some things down that I've been mulling over in my head and just throw them out there just to determine what the feasibility of them might be.
Carol and then Jesse.
Great. Thanks so much, Todd. That was really helpful. I read over the ordinance and the other material, and actually this PowerPoint already, and that everything, actually Brad as well, but that really helped explain it. And I love those slides that went 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. That was really helpful. I have 3 questions, easy. When will those technical, well, 2 are easy. When will those technical ordinance changes be coming through? We're going to have, someone isn't going to, it's going to work out schedule wise. So they're both available for developers at the same time, I assume. Is that yes?
Well, I know that we've put those out for review by developers. And as far as timetable, I don't know if if Stephen's still on and has any comment on that, but we might be getting close to being ready for those first 3 articles.
Because it seems like both, you can't do one without the other, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing, and I'll put them together, you can answer both of these questions. I wanted you to talk to me about trees some more so I can understand trees in terms of this, and whether that's Brad or Todd. And the other thing, and this might be making trouble, but both of you have been around for a long time. If I were Carl Jordan, what would I be asking you, and how would you respond?
I'm not even going to touch that last question. I'm not going to even try. I will answer the second one though.
What environmental issue am I not thinking about that I should be thinking about? Okay, go for it.
With regard to trees first, let's go there first. This does not, and it may be that we picked a really bad term to label this as we brought it forward and calling it mass grading. And we should have maybe just called it, grading regulations for single family development. This in no way changes the current regs in terms of conserved tree canopy that's still required to be set aside and saved within any single family development. Most of the zoning districts, there's going to be between a 15 and 30% overall acreage requirement for conserved canopy, and that would remain in place.
So those graphics are a little deceptive. They are a little simplistic. Let's put it that way.
Depending on the zone, if that was an RS5 or an RS8 that was only carrying a 15% conserved canopy, you pick up a lot of it quickly around the edges, and so it may be that would have met those minimums. There is an amendment in here that talks about for regeneration areas, I believe is what it is, and trees, and that they need to stay out of the lots. We've had some trouble in the past with people who weren't able to meet their conserved canopy. And in some cases, it's just simply not there to start with. There's not 30% canopy on the site. They can utilize what is called a forest regeneration area, but they want to put it across the backyards of properties. And the one that comes to mind, I think, is going to be in Tim's district. It's out off Firefighter Court, back behind the fire station off Jefferson Road. And there was a group of lots that were built, and they had no tree canopy. And so they basically dedicated the backyards, about the back half of every backyard along that street, as a forest regen area. And that works great at the development time. And it's intended, you plant some small trees and they grow back. But then the developer sells the house to me. I have no clue that's a forest regeneration. It's my backyard, and I want more grass, and I mow the trees down. And it just, when you get it into the homeowners, it's very difficult to enforce. That's why we're trying to make that a very last case scenario, that you can utilize that only is worst case. You know, I don't know with Carl. You know, I think, you know, when we looked at it, this was, and I was here in 2005 when this was adopted, and it was in response to 2 or 3 really bad developments that were, you know, that were done. And, you know, but I think the federal regs, the stormwater regs, so much has changed in the last 16 years. Our ability and what we can do downstairs in TPW versus even 16 years ago. I think we're in a much better place to do this, and I think there's a much more comprehensive understanding of the benefits of it long term for these neighborhoods, instead of, you know, some unintended consequences of our adopting this 16 years ago, which was that there's no real oversight of each one of these lots when they get graded. It's all kind of on a case by case basis.
Yes,
that would be my argument to Carl if he was sitting here.
But I mean, from Todd, you make it sound like, you know, like this is going to be better stormwater and runoff wise than what we have now. Is that the bottom line on this?
Yes, that's what I believe. And it's a part of it is just the amount of time that you have disturbance, as kind of Brad went through those slides. But yes, that you have an actual plan. We have our land development team are the people who do sediment and erosion control. Building inspectors can do it, but it's not their main thing. So you got the A team on the sidelines, not doing anything while all this grading is going on. So yeah, and what you really have the way it is now is mass grading on each site by site. So it's not like we're getting rid of, you know, mass grading. So yeah, it's just it's an overall better approach, I believe. Yes.
I've got Jesse, and then we'll circle back to Melissa. And
Thank you,
Tim.
Mayor. I have a specific question, and then kind of my larger overarching concern that remains. First, and I'm sorry, my video got glitchy for a second, so I'm not sure if this was one of the things you asked about, Carol, but Brad spoke to this a bit in the presentation, you know, this idea that we have a buffer, and I'm just curious the rationale for why we require a buffer if it can be removed after the final plat.
Yeah. Because, well, there's no required buffer between single family really in any other uses. So upon completion, there's no required buffer to be there. The intention and the thinking of requiring a 20-foot undisturbed buffer during the construction period, in this case, what construction is referring to is while the site's being graded and the roads are being built. Once those roads are completed and accepted and the site has been grassed, and then they can final plat and they start building houses. I mean, we assumed that, you know, those backyards, that 20-foot edge would become the backyards of a lot of houses. But we were trying to provide some at least temporary protection to adjacent developed properties while they were doing the grading, and you had the issues with dust. And 20 feet of trees going to stop it completely? No, but instead of allowing them to grade it right up to a person's property line, we were trying to provide some temporary protection.
Okay. Well, this kind of dovetails with the thing I've been speaking to for a while, which is hoping that we can re-examine impact fees. I guess I personally feel like if we're going to have a buffer in there during construction, I'd prefer to keep it there and have something in place if they did decide to remove it later. Maybe impact fees would be a good way to address that, the loss of trees there. But setting that detail aside, which I'm not super attached to, although I welcome more conversation on, I guess I'll preface by saying I acknowledge there are some real issues we need to address, both with the lack of housing being built and especially with all the stormwater stuff that Todd went over. I think this presentation was fantastic. Like when I first caught wind of this being looked at, I had Fern Gully nightmares and a whole lot of questions, and staff has really taken time not only to develop this, but answer a lot of those questions, including Brad sitting with me one-on-one. So I appreciate that. But I guess I've been cautious about doing this before we do the other things that we're looking at in terms of inclusionary zoning. Kind of piggybacking on what Melissa was talking about, this encourages development, but not necessarily workforce or affordable housing development. And so I guess my concerns regard encouraging development generally when we haven't figured out ways to effectively encourage the type of development we want to see. And I think of that not only in terms of affordable housing, but also in terms of where we want to see it, because this is really about development on greenfield instead of in places where we might prefer to see redevelopment. So I guess, I'd like to invite anyone who's a proponent of this right now and feels clear on it to explain to me why the timing of this makes sense as the thing to do first, when other policies related to affordable housing, inclusionary zoning, or the incentivizing of redeveloping Grayfield have yet to be put on the books. Maybe to put that another way with Melissa's carrot analogy is I'm cautious of having this carrot without other carrots for affordable housing coming online at the same time. And I'm also cautious about having carrots for undeveloped greenfield lots generally, especially with a lack of new carrots for redeveloping Grayfield, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Tim, and then circling back to Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think a lot of the questions I have are kind of answered already, and I appreciate this presentation, especially the phrase pluvial flooding, because it's true. I think all of us get these situations so often. I know what phrase they use there. One question I had is, because we spoke about the how we've not had very much single-family housing being built here lately. And I know I had a conversation with Assistant Manager Jones, who had cited very low, to me, shockingly low numbers for single-family housing production lately. So I don't want to put you all on the spot. If y'all have those numbers now in a minute, I would love to hear maybe numbers for this year or so. But if not, if they could be emailed out to us, just so we could kind of have a bit of a comparison to see how far back we are and how much the shortage is. And I think all of us are extremely aware of the shortage of not only workforce housing and affordable housing, but housing in general, because as you learn, when there's not enough, housing in general, sometimes the affordable housing and workforce housing gets bought up by higher class people, and that creates more and more of a shortfall. So it's all kind of connected. So I'd love for us to be able to hear that. But then on the bringing this up as an incentive or the carrots, the way I've been kind of going about looking at this, working on the inclusionary housing work that we've been doing, has been that none of the alternatives to an incentive should ever be policies that do harm. And from what I'm being told here, especially on stormwater and such, that the default policy here, and I've seen it, I guess. I mean, I've seen it in my neighborhood. I've had to stand in constituents' backyards and empathize, but not have much to do because water is flowing over a retaining wall, pooling next to the house next to it until it floods up. Then it goes to the next wall, and it keeps going like that as water falls down and down to a neighborhood that's just like a half mile from my house. So the default policies we have in place, if somebody doesn't opt in to take the incentive, should never be a policy that is harmful to our community. And so I think that's what we have to do, is find the lowest common denominator for these default policies and make sure that they are the ones that are the best and safest for our community. Obviously, there's other things we have to consider, such as what Commissioner Hull is bringing up here of replacing trees and green space. But from what we're hearing now from staff is that with those things, when you're weighing those things out right now, what makes more sense is for us to go ahead and change this policy to this one. But again, just like to say, talk about these carrots. Anytime we're talking about these incentives, We just got to make sure that the alternative to that incentive isn't something that's going to do harm some other direction away. So I understand the complexities of this, and it is a bit of a tough one, but trusting staff in this and seeing those numbers about the impact on the housing, I plan on supporting this change.
Thanks, Tim. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I mean, to the point about trees, I actually put in a work order today with some questions about trees. I mean, every development comes to us with a tree management plan and required conserved canopy, and that development gets built under those requirements. But what happens if 5 or 10 years down the line they start mowing down the trees, or the trees start dying for other reasons, or they install trees that die within a year or so because they're not properly watered? You know, when it comes to a subdivision, if you have that conserved canopy in that backyard corridor and homeowners start taking out the trees, do we have any means of going back and saying, hey, this project was approved with this conserved canopy, you need to replace that tree you took down, or, you know, some way of alerting them up front that, hey, you're not allowed to take out this tree?
Sure.
Is that
Yes, I mean, we currently, under the tree ordinance, we do 1, 3, and 5 year inspections post completion. Now, largely that's going to be on your commercial projects, your multifamily, but we do go out and we verify the health of trees and then provide letters to the owners that, you know, you've got 6 dead trees in your parking lot, they need to be replaced. And that's the work of our arborist that's here in planning, and they do that. We normally take it up through a 5 year, I believe, in thinking they should be established by at that point. Moving forward from there, if it goes beyond that, it's still more than likely going to be a compliance issue. If we had a complaint, it's not to say that we couldn't require them to do it later, because you're required to have parking lot trees. If those trees die, technically you're not in compliance with that section of code anymore. So it would go to code enforcement and after the 5 year period. It's just, with regard to the other issue in homeowners, it's just really, really hard to deal with individual homeowners that have, one, they had no idea they did anything wrong, and 2, you know, to reestablish a forest regen area in their backyard gets very expensive very quickly for an individual homeowner that may have had no idea that's what it was. So, you know, we're not saying you can't do it, but you know, we're trying to strongly encourage them not to. And it may be, if this ultimately is approved and we get into it, to address Commissioner Houle real quick, I mean, it may be because they do have conserved canopy requirements, and if you've got to set those buffers up temporarily anyway, we may see that they set up those undeveloped strips to meet their conserved canopy, which means they cannot take them down later, since they've got to do it in the first place. So we may get a little bit of a double bonus through the temporary, but giving them the option if they're able to meet their canopy in other places.
So couldn't those tree preservation requirements be attached to deeds of individual lots? Is that something that could be required through ordinance or, you know, approval?
I mean, I would assume they probably could. It's just, I mean, we tried to avoid that type of enforcement activities on individual homeowners at all costs, just because more than likely they were unaware.
But I mean, in purchasing a property, you know what's on the deed, and if it's required that, you know, those requirements are stated on the deed, then, you know, a homeowner would know that on purchase, or their, you know, I would hope their attorney would catch it.
Jesse, a follow-up.
Yeah, so maybe I'm missing something here, but kind of following up on what Commissioner Denson said, I mean, I guess my understanding here, it's clear there's issues with how stuff was developed in the past, but this is to open the door for development in new places. As I understand it, largely to address the issue of not having new single-family housing built. So this doesn't really address, like, no one, like, we're not going to if we pass this, we're not going to see people go mass grade their existing neighborhoods. This is just about how future development is approached and makes future development more feasible or affordable for developers. So I don't really see how, I do see how this policy sets us up for something better in the future than we've seen in the past to address that. But I don't see how this policy does anything to address the existing issues we're already seeing where people already live. If I'm missing something there, then please let me know. But otherwise, this is really about how do we address new development moving forward, which just kind of brings me back to, I guess, not really being convinced that this policy needs to happen now to address stormwater issues, because right now the issue is nothing's being built. So there's no poor stormwater drainage issue to address if nothing's being built. And I guess my question is, if we're going to open the door for development to happen again, which I think we all agree we want to see happen somewhere because we need housing, I'm cautious about us opening just this door without making sure there's other incentives in place to get the kind of development we want.
I guess just a couple quick things I'd note, and a couple are market-based and a couple really regional. So on a market basis, the more product that's on the market, the more supply, the more that's going to stabilize the existing price structure of what you've got. So, just to give you some real numbers, a decade ago, there were about 1,000 homes on the market between Clarke and Oconee County together. Today, there are fewer than 200 homes on the market between Clarke and Oconee County together. So that very small supply means that price is impacted for everybody at every price point. So that's simply a phenomenon we're living with. Looking regionally, one of the things that we saw in this recent census is while we grew at about the state's rate of growth, just a little bit more than 10%, at least 3 of our neighbors were more than double that rate, more than 20% apiece. So what that's meant is that we've got a lot of people who are not able to find a home in Clarke County, even though they would probably be working in Clarke County. We know that the in-migration for folks employed in Clarke County but working elsewhere is north of 40,000 people. So, this I see as a stabilizing phenomenon. I think you're right. There have to be more tools in the box. And unfortunately, Tim and Mariah and a lot of other folks are on that task force who are working on that toolbox. But in the same way that a physicist would say, you never really get to what they call the unified field theory, one theory that explains all things. We've got to just put building blocks in place one at a time.
Final thought here. I totally understand what you're saying, Mayor. And I feel like I understood that coming in here, and all of that makes sense. But if we're talking about having Chapter 2, as you put it, being worked upon hopefully soon, let's say within a year, that's a feasible timeline. I don't think opening the door for development now we're not going to solve the problem in 1 year, So I guess I don't see why it makes sense to do this without those other things being figured out at the same time. I guess is where I'm still at. But we don't have to belabor that point here. We can talk about it with whoever wants to convince me, or y'all can just outvote me and make it happen anyway. So,
Tim, did you want to follow up, or everybody ready to move on?
I'll just say really quick. I'll post the link in there for the document the planning department gave us with the 8 focuses and their recommendations. I've lost it a few times, pulled up during this discussion. But actually going through that, so the inclusionary housing task force should actually be having their recommendation come before us here February, March. So basically very, very soon. And then we've already taken steps with the missing middle housing, also doing the code scan. So I was bringing that up saying we're actually, I'd say right now, probably enacting 3 of the items of the 8 pretty much now. And I think my take of this has always been go for the lowest hanging fruit. When something's ready, go ahead and put it in place so that we can try to get, if we wait till all 8 things are ready before we act, then we're probably going to be waiting 5, 6, 7, 8 years before we do anything. So.
All right. Thanks everybody for your hard work on this. Todd, Brad, really appreciate it. And I think we've got a couple more items. I'm going to go ahead and let Manager Williams kick off the next one.
Yes, we're at the halfway point. So the next one is SPLOST 2020 Project 19 Bishop Park Improvements Project Concept. And we have Mel Cochran Davis and Kent Kilpatrick with us tonight to present on that. And that is a forthcoming agenda item in the cycle. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I feel like I've seen you for a few months in a row now. Good to see you guys again. All right, let's kick this off. Second. Oh, come on. There we go. Everyone see the presentation okay? We're all good? Alrighty, we are going to go through, this is the Bishop Park Improvement Sub-Project 1, the project concept, which is essentially a list of the must-have, nice-to-have, and highly wanted items for this project based on the budget. We're going to do our normal flow here, project history, talk about our public input process, our overview of the project, our budget, next steps, and do Q&A. As you know, Bishop Park has been around for a long time. It's one of our original flagship parks. Everything started way back in 1972. One thing we're really focusing in on for this project, and because of the budget, is the pool and that area surrounding the pool. So a lot of this history that you're seeing here revolves around what's happened with that. So you can see in 98, well, let's start back. 77, the pool. 98, the shell and equipment were kind of given a significant overhaul. And then in 2012, there was a SPLOST 2011 project approved, and doing some repairs and resurfacing to Bishop Park Pool was approved as part of that. We had a contract with Paddock Pools to resurface the pool liner, replace some equipment, rework the gutters, and then increase the depth under the diving blocks for the safety of competitive swimmers so that it was deep enough that they would remain safe when they dove off of those blocks. Completed those repairs in 2014, and unfortunately, the pool began to experience significant water loss. There have been all sorts of attempts, tests, everything you could think of to try to stop the water loss. It's been unsuccessful. And the determination has been it's one of those unintended consequences of trying to raise the water depth to make that area under the diving block safer for the swimmers. So then, as part of our effort to begin to take one of our flagship parks, Bishop Park, and bring it up to modern standards, we looked at starting the whole Bishop Park master plan process. And that was in 2014. And it took us a little time to massage that through and get there. But in 2018, this was approved, and that included the elements that we're seeing in this proposed project concept tonight. And then in November of 2019, SPLOST 2020 was approved, and that was the SPLOST 2020 Project 19. And then 2021, with the tiering schedule, Project 19 for the Bishop Park improvements was programmed for tiers 1, 2, and 3. And then August 16th of this year, the user group was established. You've got 3 staff members, 3 resident members, and that group was established for this project. So going back on what our public input process has been on this, back when we were developing the master plan, we did partner early on with the College of Environment and Design and did some charrettes for this. And we did some public input sessions, receiving about 543 responses. And then we had those additional meetings and continued to work through the plan until it was approved. Once we started looking at this as a project as part of the SPLOST program, we had some initial visioning from the public input. So even though as part of SPLOST 2020 with those proposals before it was approved, we had an original concept that had a pretty broad scope. We ended up reducing the budget, but at that time, the decision was to keep the scopes large even though the budget's reduced. So we had a visioning survey to see how the public felt about the project and help us set some priorities, but also knowing that we're going to have to address the pool because it is leaking significantly. Next, we went through our initial, we had our initial visioning. The user group got together. We started working on, what are these elements that we want to see in this project, taking into account that public input we had, also taking into account what we've heard from the community, what we know the pool is used for, and putting a whole picture together with all of those different pieces. Came up with a project concept list, and then put it back out to the public because it was just a list in a survey format for it was 2 weeks, and provided that opportunity for the public to weigh in and possibly reorder how everything fell out in the must-have, nice-to-have, and highly wanted categories. So we had that released on our social media, and that's including the Facebook and Instagram pages. It was on our Leisure Services Listens page, and we received 297 responses to that. So here we have the 2018 approved master plan. You can see this is everything that was approved for Bishop Park. And we originally had a larger scope for the SPLOST 2020 original proposal, but what we've ended up doing was shrinking that down into some of those core elements of the park, including the pool, because we know, again, the pool is leaking significantly. We need to address that. This is that project concept I was talking about that continued to be broad. So this is talking about pools, ancillary structures, splash pad, pool, restrooms, but also talking about a new playground, pavilions, restrooms, and some pedestrian improvements and fence project along Hawthorne Avenue. So all of those things were part of where we ended up with our initial project statement and what we were looking at the input for. So where we've landed, we've had a lot of really great discussion on the user group, talking about what makes the most sense for this project concept, understanding that we have a tight budget. What are those absolute must-have elements for this project? And so that's what you're seeing for this first category. Of course, the pool replacement with the footprint and layout possibly being adjusted, looking at, are there different ways to lay this out? Are there different footprints? Are there just completely different ways to adjust this? And keeping in mind that we are working on making this a more inclusive pool project, and looking at all of the different options that are there to make sure that this pool is accessible and usable for a variety of programs, which is, of course, the next item, pool usage for competitive swim, recreational swim, and aquatic programs like our free swim lessons that we do, Kinder Swim. Then we're looking at, of course, if we're redoing the pool footprint and we're replacing that pool, we're going to need to replace the mechanical and chemical feed systems associated with it. And that includes the pool cover. That is the winter cover that we put over the pool. And then remodeling and replacing the guardhouse to be ADA compliant and to improve the facility lighting. Those buildings date back to the original pool with the 70s. So there's some work that could be done there. And then adequate seating and shade around the pool. We have seating and shade now, but seeing if there's some upgrades and kind of do a better job with the seating and shade that we have at the pool. So the must-haves really represents taking what we have out there currently, replacing it in a better way. Next, we move on to highly wanted. And this first item, talking about infrastructure that will allow for extended seasonal use. Spring, fall, perhaps winter. This is something that the user group really had a lot of discussion about. Should it be a must-have? Should it be in highly wanted? And it went both ways. But one of the biggest challenges we face with this is, one, with the budget, it's going to be challenging to get things. But looking at this infrastructure, it's not actually a cover or heaters. It's conduit and some concrete footers that would provide the opportunity down the road to install some features that can make the pool stay open for longer periods of time later in the season. But they also, with that, and if we did extend seasonal use, we have to think about operations. But again, it wouldn't be actually making the things happen that would allow the pool to be open later. It would just be providing some basic infrastructure. So that's still highly wanted, with the idea that if we were able to identify some funding down the road, we would be ready to put a tent, put heaters, that sort of thing in the pool. Then next, we talked about updating the playground. That is one of our oldest playgrounds on the system, making something that's more challenging and, again, for a more diverse age group, more inclusive, providing that greater accessibility. And the equipment's pretty simple there. So we've heard from a lot of parents they'd like to see something a little more challenging. And, of course, including that all-important shade and seating. Moving to the final category, which is the nice to have, we're looking at the new pavilion and restroom near the playground, upgrading the basketball courts where they are, just working on kind of resurfacing those courts and providing some new backboards because it's going to be, we don't know when we're going to be able to get the actual funding to be able to do the next phases of this master plan. So understanding that could be many years out. Those elements of just making sure that what we have there continues to function. Repair and update walking trails, climbing wall, slide diving board for the pool, a splash pad, misting features at the pool and playground, the fencing, and then the pickleball courts. And this nice to have was based largely off of what we heard from the public input, as well as the other categories. But this really, we had a lot of discussion about the input and about community needs that helped us land where we are with this nice to have list. Budget wise, we start out with 4.9 million. We've looked at what's been expensed so far, what we've got with our testing, permitting fees, of course, the public art. Then we have our furniture, fixtures, equipment, our contingency, which leaves us about $3 million available for construction. So what are our next steps? We're going to be coming forward for a voting session in December and also voting session for the award of the professional design services, shooting for a schematic design in April, and then hoping to select that contractor in October, starting construction in December of 22 and completing that 1 year later in December of 2023. Of course, this means that the pool would be closed through the summer 2023 swim season. We were trying to avoid that, but the timelines just haven't worked out. So we will have, with this project, if approved, would have 2023 swim season, the pool being closed. And with that, does anyone have any questions?
I have a question, if nobody else.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay. So the pool, first of all, the pool being closed over swim season, is this, I mean, this is where the swim teams practice and have their meets, right? Is there another one of our pools that qualifies as a competition pool?
This is our only competition pool.
That's what I thought.
We do, our other pools can accommodate the lessons and other aquatic programs for one season, but we do lose that competition ability.
So what would happen to all those kids who participate in swim team for that whole year? I mean, are there other pools out there that could accommodate that?
I see Kent has some answers.
Commissioner Link, there is other options, be it whether negotiating something with the Ramsey Center or the Georgia Aquatic Center over to Coney. Our coaches that manage the Dolphin swim team have contacts in those areas. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that doesn't guarantee them that space, but they do have 2 years to be working on that. If it's the summer of 23 that we're potentially looking at a closure.
Well, as someone who grew up, on swim team, I would hope that we can assure that those kids are able to have that team. I mean, and some of them are probably destined for, bigger and better things.
We lost you.
Your audio went out, Melissa.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about, kids who are in competition who might be destined for bigger and better things, swim scholarships, Olympics, things like that. Losing that year of competition could really harm them, even at a really young age. So I hope that we can, do whatever is necessary to assure that competition team goes on.
I agree. We'll work with them on that.
Okay, good. I also have some questions about the splash pad. I personally would like to see a splash pad that is open, that is not fenced, that does not need staffing. Something that kind of serves as a centerpiece of the park, like a fountain/art element of the park. And I want to encourage y'all to take a look at the fountain splash pad in Coolidge Park in Chattanooga, and that thing is nuts, and it's swarming with kids from early April into November. And it's open morning till dusk, and it's one of those things that doesn't necessarily require any kind of staffing, and it just brings so many different elements of the community together. It's really a magical place, and I hope that we could create something like that here.
Well, I'm sorry.
I just want to throw that in about the splash pad.
Well, I will add one thing, and though I love my kiddo love those splash pads where you can just run in and out, and it's free play, and it's so much fun, and those things are always covered up with kids. Though there's not staffing there for the admission and they're not fenced in, there is still a staffing requirement for the health department rules and maintaining the chemistry. And because splash pads can have really small tanks and they can get really icky pretty quickly, there's actually kind of a higher testing requirement than there would be normally for a pool. So there is a kind of something to consider. The invisible staff who actually.
Yeah, I assume there was some kind of maintenance staffing going on back there.
Yes.
But I mean, from our current splash pads, they're just operational. When the pools are operational, you have to go through the gates and pay your fees to get to them. I'd really love for us to see one of those open splash pad elements, and something that possibly served as our public art element. You know, there is a public art budget for this park. Maybe we focus it on the splash pad, and really get something super unique and make it a real destination.
I will say also, I was rather surprised myself that in the public input sessions and on the online surveys, how little support a splash pad received for this project. I did not see that coming at all, so was rather caught by surprise.
Do we have the demographics of the people who participated? I'm wondering if there just weren't folks who had small kids. I mean, I don't have small kids, but I'm all about the splash pad because I just love watching the kids lose their minds in them.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that is something that we are working to figure out how to address with our surveys and our response rates. And when I look at our most recent surveys we've taken on projects, demographically speaking, we tend to have about 85% or so of our respondents are 35 to 54-year-old white females. And we really need to improve our response rate. And that's why the public input, the surveys aren't the be all end all for the decision making with this, because they aren't representative of the community. And so we have to take into account what we're hearing, what our staff on the ground here, what we're seeing, you know, out in the park and how people are using it. And then what we're hearing just from the community in other areas. So I also was kind of shocked that the splash pad fell out of favor, because a few years ago, you know, 6-7 years ago, when we were talking to parents, they were all about a splash pad. So it's interesting to see how that came out.
I mean, I wonder if at this phase of the input, you know, the folks who were participating were folks like maybe you had a lot of the swim team families participating because maybe the survey was able to get out among that group, or maybe more of the pickleball people. I just wonder, if, being that this was like an online survey, I feel like its reach might have been a little bit limited, whereas I remember the early input was pretty broad.
It was very broad, and we did ask people how they were using the park, and the top uses that were identified were people that use the park for walking, people that use it for just kind of general park use in the farmers market, and then we hit our competitive and recreational swimmers, which were about at the same level. And then from there it went down. Actually, pickleball was one of our last responding groups on this latest round. So it's been interesting. So we've started trying to capture more, not just demographics, but how people use the parks, so we can see if we are getting kind of those one issue park users coming in and driving those results. So always trying to do better, as I like to say.
All right. I'm going to share a video with everyone of the Chattanooga splash pad, and hopefully, Blaine, if you could forward it on to staff just to get an idea of what goes on there.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right. I've got a handful of folks. I see Carol, Russell, Jesse, and Tim.
Just a quick plug for the splash pad. I think actually the fact that you didn't get the response from, there's no pickleball courts at Bishop Park right now, right?
Correct.
Right. So, I mean, just like the splash pad over at Virginia Walker Park is just, I just think it is really well used over there. So, and it's a great easy opportunity for people. There were a lot of people when I was over there this summer coming from the neighborhood, and you don't have to worry about actually being able to swim and things like that. So I think that's absolutely a wonderful addition for that part of the community. And I think we don't have any other splash pads in town beside that one. Is that right?
Rock
We
Springs
have one.
has one.
We have a smaller one at Rock Springs Pool.
Yeah.
Right attached to that pool.
But not the whole kind of like experience that you have over at larger experience that you have over at right, that would draw you from across town to it. So I think as people know more about it, that would be a real draw for people with younger kids. And even though it's in terms of the point that Melissa was making, those splash pads aren't going to be in a sort of a central public area of the community. It's a little bit different from being in a park. And I know with young children, it actually was really nice to have the fence so they wouldn't run off. So anyway, thanks for the work. Great presentation.
All right, Russell.
I think this master plan schematic is very well done, and I support it. I do support the pickleball courts. Pickleball's an ascendant sport. It's certainly growing in usership. Tennis is sort of stagnant, maybe a little declining. So I think it's smart to think ahead and build some pickleball courts when we can. There's a pretty vibrant tournament community of pickleballers all around the state, so it'd be great to bring them here. I like the splash pad. I just think y'all done a great job on this master plan. I think it's going to make Bishop Park a great destination for years to come.
Russell, Jesse? I'm sorry.
Hey, Mayor. Yeah, two questions. The first is the infrastructure that will allow for extended seasonal use. To me, the light bulb that went off in my head is what funding sources are people anticipating might then fund those upgrades for extended seasonal use? Is that just envisioning a SPLOST many years down the road, or are there grants that y'all are thinking may be available? Or I saw a nod and a head shake.
I'm not familiar with grant opportunities for the coverage or for the extended season of the pool. And the big piece of that is even if we got the grant funding, we don't have the operations capacity for it. So it would, in my mind, the best approach would be a SPLOST down the road, the next round of SPLOST, building a proposal and making sure that we build in the adequate operating support for that, because we can, like I said, we can build it, but we've got to operate it, and there's a cost. And currently this project has no operating cost proposed with it, which is very important to keep in mind, because we continue to fall further behind our peer agencies in the amount of parks that we manage versus the amount of operational funding we have.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess that leaves me with the sort of lingering concern about us building infrastructure that would remain unused for many years and maybe age quite a bit before we'd actually utilize the upgrade. So I guess I'll just leave that hanging for now. The other question I had was, can someone just remind me the lighting situation on the basketball courts there? I see the basketball courts upgrade. You talked about some of the, hoops and things themselves, but.
Go ahead.
The court lighting, is that what you asked, Commissioner?
Yeah.
There is lights on those courts that are on a timer that goes off at night.
Okay, they already are set to a timer. Okay, yes. Awesome. I'm all about those timer lights. So.
All right, we've got them on the tennis courts now as well. On all the tennis courts.
Cool. Thank you.
Can I add one thing about the infrastructure for the extended season? One of the reasons why it was kind of put there was, during construction, it's the most opportune time to be able to put that additional concrete and conduit infrastructure in around that pool. So trying to incorporate that into the design early is beneficial, because if you try to do it later on, you're going to end up having to recut all the concrete at a later date. So it's easier to put it in early in the project rather than trying to come back and retrofit it. Just a additional comment there.
All right, I've got Tim and Ovita.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, very excited about this. I definitely will jump on with the splash pad and think that some of this might have been just the folks who filled out the survey, because I definitely had a handful of conversations with constituents in the area who definitely brought up the splash pad. When I mentioned the pool and that was the focus of the thing, they mentioned splash pad definitely. And I this past summer drove my family a few times over to Walker Park to use the splash pad over there too. I know I'm not the only one. But my question on this one is, so on the map, you'll have the approved master plan map, and you'll have the approximate project limits for the 2020 improvements. You also have the dotted line going down along the fence line of what's labeled there as the street-based greenway connection. But I noticed that that was listed as just a nice to have. So is that? I guess I was just thrown off a little bit by the map designating that part, but that's just saying if we can, we'll be working that designated part. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is again a reflection of the scope remaining at the full scope of phase one, while the budget was reduced to or what essentially is kind of the pool and the general areas surrounding that would be impacted by it. So I believe there's some different projects in the works that could address that outside of this one, and I'm pretty excited to see those develop, because I think that could take care of, outside of this project, could take care of the whole issue along Hawthorne. Okay, well, that's very exciting to hear, because I think that's definitely a high priority for me, but I'm happy to hear that there might be some other funding sources coming through. Thanks so much.
And Ovita had a question as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I do like the master plan as presented. My question is to our manager, Williams. I know that this is the master plan for Bishop Park, but I think in a conversation we had earlier that you were going to send me a copy of Leisure Services whole master plan. Could you please do that for me, Manager Williams?
Commissioner Thornton, the master plan that we talked about was specifically for Bishop Park. Some years ago, the Leisure Services staff did ask for a complete master plan of all the parks, and at the time that was not a funded budget item. It's something that I think is really in need, and we've talked about that. Other commissioners, we've talked about some of the key properties that we own that became very prevalent for access during the pandemic as folks sought green space. So it's a great idea, Commissioner Thornton, but we don't have one right now for the entire system.
So I guess I'll narrow my question, or focus my question more on Satterfield Park. Is there a plan for Satterfield Park?
Well, Kent, I think a few years ago there were some improvements made to Satterfield through SPLOST, but go ahead, sir.
There was, and the user groups of Satterfield had put in for the previous SPLOST 2011, and we did make some improvements there at that time. They had indicated to staff that they were going to work on a proposal for SPLOST 2020, and somehow it fell through. The groups never got organized and put something in. Biggest challenge there with the size of that park is every inch of land is fully developed. We are very much landlocked there. So short of being able to demo some of what exists and starting over, we're really limited to upgrading and improving what we have versus being able to expand.
And I'll add to what Kent's saying. In working on that park and looking at it from a design and planning perspective, it's another one of our older parks that's loved, and its infrastructure is old. We were able to do some improvements back as part of the SPLOST 2011 project. But if you've driven through there, you know there's a lot of issues with the paving. There's holes, and we've been able to cold patch those, which, you know, will last a little bit. But when you look at the fields themselves, we've been trying to, as we can, improve fields a little bit at a time. But that whole area that you first come past has some significant stormwater issues. And there are geese living there parts of the year, which tells us there's some significant stormwater issues. And any money that we spend on significant upgrades is not going to be effective long term, because we've got to fix the stormwater issues before we can then start addressing the fields. And then another piece of that is installing irrigation so that we can maintain those fields and keep them nice. So there's multiple phases, and we've got to get a strong foundation. Otherwise, we're just going to be able to keep doing small projects. So it's pretty spendy in what we need to do to get Satterfield Park where it needs to be. And that is going to be, you know, just trying to find that funding and trying to fix those foundational issues so that we can then make those long-term meaningful updates and changes to those fields. And I think there's some opportunities to rework, as part of the project I presented last month, some of the areas at Southeast, and start providing more opportunities and making that park more usable for programs like football, and giving them a better base to operate out of, and really looking at how we can better utilize some of the other fields that we can, you know, keep nicer, that don't have geese living in them because of stormwater issues. So we've got a few things that we're looking at.
Well, I know that the presentation tonight is about Bishop Park, and I don't want to take up much time, but I do think that Satterfield and our other parks that are, yeah, we need to talk about that. And I'm also concerned because of the potholes in Satterfield. But again, I'm not going to take up the time because this is Bishop Park's night. But I can't get really excited about Bishop Park when I know that we have another park that is really dilapidated. So thank you, though.
And thinking about a near-term opportunity when we convene on December 3rd to really look at our strategic plan as an organization of policymakers, you know, positioning that overall master plan for funding in the coming couple of fiscal years, you know, may be advisable. So if there's no other Bishop question, we'll move on to the last third of the evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mel. Thank you, Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. We last two items are coming to us from advisory committees. The first is the TSPLOST 2023 potential projects, and we have the TSPLOST Advisory Committee Chair, Lauren Blais, on hand tonight to present. Lauren?
Thank you, Manager Williams. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. How are y'all doing? Are you hanging in there?
Great, thanks.
All right. Well, I know y'all have been waiting on this for a while, so I'll go ahead and share my screen. It looks like I have the ability to do so. I'll get a little organized over here. No, don't share, I mean present. Okay, can you see my screen?
Affirmative.
All right, so this, you know, it's a little bit of death by PowerPoint, but we kind of need to get the text out here. So I'll try and breeze through this pretty quickly with that, you know, hitting the high points and save time for questions for y'all. So here's some background and context. This is your advisory committee. We've been meeting entirely online, kind of like you guys were for a while and are still now with your work sessions. And we have had some really great meetings. You know, I was on TSPLOST 2018, and I think that I was talking with Keith from the SPLOST office, and we were a little worried how the online meetings would go and if there would be robust discussion in this format. And I have to say it has been excellent. So you all did a wonderful job in choosing your committee members. We are a very active committee, though we have not met in person. And these are your committee members by district. I think you know who they are, but just for the record here, for the public's benefit. And you all know this, but I know some people might come back and watch this session. So I do just want to explain the role of a SPLOST advisory committee like this TSPLOST 2023 advisory committee. So we were appointed by you all. We're reviewing transportation projects submitted by the community and ACC staff. And we're providing a recommendation for you all based on the established program goals and criteria that you all have come up with. And if we need to come back and review those, I do have them at the end of the slide, but I'm not going to go through those in detail. We also consider public input and ultimately make a recommendation to you guys, and you decide what is on the project list. Then that becomes what voters vote on in a referendum, and then the committee goes on to promote the TSPLOST. And that's how it works. And we've been doing this for a long time in Athens-Clarke County. I do want to provide some context. I think it's helpful to understand some differences we're working with between this TSPLOST and the last one. And for the benefit of anyone watching, we've had many SPLOSTs in the past. We just had another education SPLOST, of course, that's done by the school district and not local government, but we have our regular SPLOST. And in 2018, Athens passed the first transportation SPLOST for transportation-related projects. In the TSPLOST 2018 program, it was $109 million. For this program, it's going to be $144.5 million. And then last time we received 36 project submissions. So just 36, totaling about $257 million. And this time we received 91 project submissions, totaling $694 million. And all that should sound familiar to you. That is, you heard that from Robert Cheshire a couple months ago. And in the last TSPLOST, we had just about 5 public submissions, and then the rest came from staff. So the other 31 or so came from ACC staff. This time, we have 67 public submissions, which is just, you know, a tremendous feat of our community who came together and said, here's what we want to see in our neighborhoods. Here's how we envision transportation in Athens in the future. And ultimately, the advisory committee has reviewed 87 projects. So there were some long nights talking about transportation, which I enjoy, and I think that your committee does as well. So in addition to those project selection criteria, we asked presenters to answer these 3 questions. So every presenter had to try their best to explain why their project would meet these questions. And that is, in what specific ways will this project close the equity gap in Athens-Clarke County by improving the equitability of capital improvements throughout the entire community? The presenters also had to address which of the approved strategic commitments and project selection criteria their project checked off, and then the triple bottom line, which was impact on economic prosperity, social well-being, and the environment. And they had to do this all in 10 minutes, and that was it. So this next section is a little bit about some items that came up in committee discussion, and this is not consensus or anything like that. And the committee did approve the way that I have framed these discussion points for y'all. So here's some themes that emerged in our conversations. Of course, I think this does come up with every SPLOST, with every special purpose local option sales tax. We wanted to know, could some projects be accommodated through the general fund budget? Were there opportunities there? Some committee members were wondering, could we resume the pre-pandemic millage rate? And again, we wondered, like, what are some other funding opportunities that are out there? What are the status of our grant applications? We're hoping to hear any day now about our raised grant for $25 million for North Avenue. And then you'll see we left off pavement maintenance, which was the biggest project in the last TSPLOST. And so the public understands, like, there's so many projects, we can't fit everything that we want to in here. So we're wondering, okay, what could be funded elsewhere and what can't be funded elsewhere so that a TSPLOST is the only way to make it happen? What do we really need to prioritize? We talked about equity a lot and the opportunity for that. So we wondered like which projects would best fulfill the project selection criteria of improving equitability of capital improvements throughout the community. There was a desire to mitigate the regressive nature of the sales tax and be responsive to our underserved Athens neighborhoods. And there were many underserved Athens neighborhoods and communities that took the time to submit projects. As you saw, we had 67 public submissions total. We also talked, what does equity mean? And we had different ideas as a committee, as individuals. So some conversations that came up was, some topics that came up was equity is not specific enough. Equity is not going to resolve everything for us. It doesn't say anything about race. It doesn't say anything about class. It's up to us to put those on that definition, to be very specific about how we're going to use that. Some members talked about a desire for disbursement of projects across the commission districts. And then some committee members had the idea that countywide projects would serve more Athenians, and that would be equitable. So these are just some of the points that came up in, over the course of our many hours of discussion and reviewing potential transportation projects. I know you have a copy of this, and I know it's a lot to parse. So before we get into that, I just want to review and let the public know that the potential list is actually more than what we anticipate the program will collect. So it's 150% of the estimated program budget. And so that way we have something extra to work with. We went through 8 rounds of straw polling. Projects needed a minimal amount of support to advance and be considered for the next round, and projects needed a majority support to be to make it to the potential project list. So they needed to have 2/3 or better support. And you know, this is a lot of jargon and stuff going on here, but what I'd like for y'all to know and for the public to understand is that no project was voted off. Projects had to be voted on. They had to receive a lot of support to get on here. And so when you're looking at this potential project list, you should know that every single project on here got at least 2/3 of our support, like enthusiastic support, and in some cases, 75%. Commissioner Parker, I see you have your hand up, or should we wait?
Oh, we can wait till the end. I'm excited.
It just came. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this up here first. You might have noticed that some of the projects that you had considered important are not currently on this list, or they're not on this iteration. So the public is aware. The Mayor and Commission had presented us with a list of high priority projects, and we as a committee elected to hear that, but we wanted to consider every single project and listen to all the presentations, and as individuals come to our own conclusions. And most of the items that were a priority for y'all are on there, but there are some that are not, and that was the pavement maintenance program, which we can talk about, and the College Square pedestrian plaza. So potential projects by type that are on this list, there were 27 bike ped projects, 7 public transit projects, 14 roads, bridges, and stormwater projects. And so there's 48 on here, 48. And 42 of those are community-led submissions. I did a little pie chart, and this is just broken out by type. Keith had submitted a pie chart that might be a little more helpful that I have in case you guys want to see it, if he doesn't mind me showing, if you're interested. That actually breaks it out by dollar amount, but so this is just by type. So more than half are bike and pedestrian related, and then 30% are roads and bridges, and 14% are public transit, and that's just by type, not by dollar amount. All right, and so another big difference between TSPLOST 2018, the process, and TSPLOST 2023 is we as a committee have just had some amazing tools to work with throughout this process. And these tools have been available to the public and are available to the public on the TSPLOST website. So this is a map showing where all the projects are. And you can also break it out by type. And this is of every project that was submitted. But what we're going to focus on tonight is these 3 dots over here, because my screen is a little small. And that is the TSPLOST potential project. So you can get a sense of geographically where things are falling. And what's great about this is you can click around and see what the projects are that have been that have made the first cut on our potential list. And in the sidebar to the left are the projects divided up by type. And this was really great of the GIS office to put this together for us. So again, about half the projects on here are bike and pedestrian related. And then some public transit, and then roads and bridges and stormwater. And I'm actually going to come back to my slide here. One of the items that you all did mention in the CDO is that you wanted us to give special consideration, attention to underserved areas in the community. And so we feel like we have done that with this potential draft list. You'll notice many projects in East Athens. And when we say East Athens, we mean the East Athens neighborhood, which is different from East Side, which goes out further past Lexington, out Gaines School. So that's East Side. And East Athens is a community that has been around a long time, and they have submitted many projects. And then there are several projects throughout North Athens, which is a bit of a broader area. So some projects around Fowler Drive, Pitter Road, even one as far north as a sidewalk along Isla Road. We also received 2 submissions that we thought were important to include, and that is facilities safety improvements in the Stonehenge community and along Westchester Drive. So we looked at the map. We can come back to that depending on how the direction of your questions. There are many projects that are that have multiple locations, so they're not specific to a particular area, or the area hasn't been chosen yet. And that is the Bridge Improvement Program, and the committee has put the alternate versions. That's a somewhat lesser amount to improve a few bridges throughout the county that are in need of repair, or to provide perhaps matching funds to encourage GDOT to help us with that. The alternate version of the culvert and live stream pipe replacement program. And, I think that these are also things that the committee is hoping that maybe some federal funds could assist with. Historic district street signage, the neighborhood small sidewalk program attempts to address that we don't have a sidewalk budget, and the only way to request sidewalks is a TSPLOST. Bike corrals on CCD campuses, pedestrian accessibility improvements, and then the Athens in Motion Bicycle and Pedestrian Network, which has a couple hundred projects in there that are tiered. Some projects that are countywide: Electrify the Fleet, which was also on your CDO, transit expansion citywide with express bus service, which is somewhat different than ACC Gov transit operations. And that's number 27 is fare-free transit. And we funded that fully. And then finally, automobile extrication equipment replacement. That is, that's just a particular material, and that doesn't have any location associated with it. So what's next? Again, for the benefit of the public, you all are receiving this presentation. You will discuss, we will hear your feedback, we will take notes, and then the committee will meet again to narrow down, to discuss this, review public input, and ultimately narrow down this list to a candidate project list, which is 100% of the anticipated program amount. And then we'll give it along to you guys, and y'all will tweak it, hopefully not too much, because we have to promote it. But that's okay, we understand, we know our charge. And then the referendum is May 24th, 2022, and Athens residents will have the opportunity to vote yes or no on TSPLOST 2023. And again, we still have public comment open, so folks can find the TSPLOST website. You can also just Google ACC TSPLOST 2023 and get more information on that. So we thank you, the committee thanks you, and And I will pull down my screen for now until, unless it is useful to have it up. And I will take your questions or hear you talk.
Thanks, Lauren. And as she just noted, we of course have a couple of other points along the road, no pun intended, before we get to the May 24th vote. And obviously, chief among those is them winnowing down to 100% of the dollar value, and then our determination of what ultimately will be on the ballot. Any kind of big picture observations or thoughts that you'd like to leave with Lauren and the body at this point, knowing that we've got some more discussion in the future. So start with Mariah.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank the TSPLOST committee for all of the hard work y'all have put in, as well as the community. I'm actually really excited that there's so many community-led submissions. I think it shows that we have more engaged citizenry than perhaps we had back for the 2018 SPLOST. So that's pretty cool. Two things I wanted to bring up, and I think Commissioner Wright mentioned this one in the chat, but I hope that we'll take into account funding to be made available through the recently passed infrastructure bill. There's $24 million in there for public transit expansions in Athens-Clarke County. And I think these funds will be available next year from my understanding thus far. So I just want to encourage staff and committee members, as well as this commission, to try to review the text of that bill and gain understanding of what kinds of capital projects are eligible. Can fare free public transit be powered, by the funding set aside for Athens? What about the pavement maintenance program? Didn't make it on this list, but maybe it can make it on that one. Things like electrifying the fleet. I think there's specific funding in there for that kind of thing. So that might help us figure out how to get to that 100% for TSPLOST projects, knowing we'll have another source of funding available for things that don't make the cut. The second thing, Commissioner Thornton and I had a TSPLOST town hall a couple weeks ago, and we, represent two of the areas that were, identified as underserved areas. But I know that it's really easy for all of our constituents to feel like there's a lot of need in each of our communities. And so what came out of our conversation in that town hall was an interest in seeing how much TSPLOST funding or just transportation infrastructure funding has come to each commission district over, let's say, the last 10 years, which I know is a huge data haul. But I think some kind of quantitative data might help make clearer cases for certain underserved communities needing more funding than others, not just for us in making those decisions, but for our constituents as well, to see like, hey, look, we've gotten a ton of funding over here. Please don't be mad if this other area got a lot of projects approved. So yeah, those are just two notes I wanted to make, but thank you very much, Lauren, for chairing the committee and giving this great presentation.
Thanks, Mariah. Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Lauren, for this presentation and for all the hard work of you and the committee. I know this was humongous. I think it was a much bigger job than anybody anticipated. I think Commissioner Parker addressed some of my concerns when she mentioned the new infrastructure bill. It's finally infrastructure week, and we did get a message, I believe, just today about the allotment that is coming to Athens-Clarke County. So I hope as we develop a final list, we can kind of determine which of these projects will qualify for some of that funding and possibly get some of the other projects back on here. We've done several corridor studies in the recent decade or so, and there's some corridors that have not had that kind of treatment, and they were submitted as TSPLOST projects. I'm thinking about Hawthorne and Jefferson Road, and there's some real safety issues going on with those corridors. So I'd like to see at least those projects at least partially funded, so we can at least make some headway on how to improve the safety of those corridors. And the College Square project, I'm not sure where else the funding might come from, or at least partial funding that might help us leverage for potential grants or other fundraising mechanisms. So I hope we can do a little number crunching and figure out, how we whittle this list down, what does qualify for those federal funds, and how we can get some of those other want to have projects back on this list.
Thanks, Melissa. Tim?
Thanks, Billy. And yeah, I'm on the wagon, thanking the TSPLOST staff, the committee for doing such an amazing job. Watch some of those meetings, and y'all were killing it. I'm very impressed. I just had 2 points. One of them, Commissioner Link just brought up, is definitely my concern with the Jefferson Road corridor improvements not being on this list. And when pulling up the GIS information for traffic crashes and fatalities, showing that there's been 8 fatalities since 2015 on Jefferson Road there, including one that was just about 2.5 months ago for a gentleman who was walking in the road because there wasn't a sidewalk in that part of the road and was hit at night. So I definitely would like to see that prioritized a little bit, maybe pulling some of the money from some of the other corridors that are being funded, and this one just to make some room, however we have to do that. And then my last one is Commissioner Hull and I had a town hall also on TSPLOST, and it was really great to be able to meet some of the folks working on the committee in person and hear from constituents and have a talk. And I know one of the things that was brought up when it came to the pavement maintenance, which I think is going to be our biggest hurdle here that we're going to have to figure out. I know some of the members were stating that going back to the pre-pandemic millage rate to be able to fund that. And I think there's just a little bit of not fully seeing how much that would actually cost. That the pre-pandemic millage rate, when we rolled that back, it was just for $1.15 million per year, and right now we have a $72 million pavement maintenance deficit. So that was if no more pavement work was needed. Right now, it would take us 62 years just by rolling back the pre-pandemic. So some of these things are just much more difficult, it seems, and we'd have to vastly increase the property tax rate, the millage rate, to be able to actually make up for that to a level that is honestly just not doable. So I think we're going to have to figure out some kind of way to get some funding onto the pavement maintenance, and I think that's going to be probably our biggest, our biggest hurdle. But we're going to have to figure out some kind of compromise there.
Thanks, Tim. I think you were right about that. Let's see, Carol.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to follow up on some things people said, but I do have actually a bunch of notes that I want to go over. And first, of course, is thanking the committee. I am a total TSPLOST nerd here, having served on 2, and then adding in my transportation with Athens in motion and working on the committee that put together that plan, real alternative transportation. So I'm a little bit hyper-focused on this TSPLOST process and projects. First, I think, following up on what Commissioner Denson just said, I think we do need to add some money for pavement maintenance at a lower amount than even the alternative. I know that in past SPLOST in 2005 and 2011, there were times where the committee put forward another number besides what was in there. That is a possibility to put in there, something to follow up on. The second thing was, I really appreciate putting the electrification of the fleet and how early that came in. And I just want to repeat again how what's so wonderful about this is that there is this matching funds, and you do get this saving in operating expenses, which is not something we have really, it has a negative impact on the budget. Moving along, things I really appreciate. I hate that the Firefly Trail has cost so much money. Makes me really, think twice about adding on any other rail to trail. But I think we do need to finish it and just move on. Appreciate you putting the Lexington Road Bike and Pedestrian in there. That's a critical corridor. Project 90, which is the continuation of bucket of money for Athens in motion. That's really important. And I was looking back over that Project 90. They do a really good job, the presenters, of explaining all the criteria that went into the ranking and evaluation of the Athens in Motion projects, and that's really what I'm after here. equity, increased users of alternate transportation being transit, walking, and sidewalk, although acknowledging we still have to take care of these roads. And also, what was the third thing? Connectivity. And connectivity is a really important point because walking and pedestrian stuff is hyper local. And that can make a difference if it's a half mile or a mile. Or so forth. But with the bicycle infrastructure and multi-use trails, they don't really work standing alone. And that actually is one project. I do want to address the project, I think it's 45, the multi-use path on Pitted Road. There are needs for multi-use paths and connectivity in that part of town. Spring Valley Road to Coyle Middle School, Cherokee from Beaver Dam to the Firefly, areas of Danielsville Road. But, there are 19 houses on the west end, and it's mostly lumber. And it connects a highway with Highway 72 with another road which doesn't have any infrastructure. So it's sort of hanging out there alone. That's the only project I had qualms with in terms of connectivity. So I really appreciate the projects that really worked on working with the equity and addressing needs out in the west side of town, in District 6 with the Sycamore Drive and Winchester, in the north part of Athens, and also in the east Athens as well. Finally, there's something I got to say because I was listening to a lot of your presentations. The TSPLOST, it's good to have special projects in TSPLOST. That helps people get excited about voting for them. It helps people get excited on your committee for working on the education part. And that's something I spent a lot of time on those other two SPLOST. But the state legislation for SPLOST and TSPLOST, the tax is special. The projects, if you look at the state list of projects, it's the basics of local government, and with transportation in particular. So I don't, basic things like taking care of what we have is just a boring part of local government, but it's a needed one. Also, in terms of moving things over to the general budget, this year we only have $5.7 million total in capital projects in that budget. So it's not like we have a lot of money in the local budget, in the general budget each year. And in terms of the question of district distribution, I'm more concerned about need and connectivity than I am about there being something in every district. Sidewalks, like I said, are hyperlocal, but transit roads and bike infrastructure are used by everyone. There aren't hyper ones in District 8, but there are plenty of projects that I'm going to use. So anyway, I know I had a lot to say there, but thank you for all your work and keep it up. You're almost there.
Thanks, Carol. Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do not envy the whittling that had to occur to get us here, and certainly I very much do not envy the whittling that remains, which foreshadows our own further consideration. And I'll just reiterate, because it can't be said enough, the huge thanks to the advisory committee, also to staff who put in a lot of late hours for this and a lot of long hours before the TSEC got started, and the many residents who put in a lot of time to put a bunch of really, really great submissions together. I mean, this is always an intense process, but it's especially intense this year with the expedited timeline. So very excited to see Stonehenge and Westchester made the list. Those are two neighborhoods in District 6 that have long been overlooked and really need it and will really benefit. Speaks to how even though some census tracts may not appear to need the help, there are neighborhood level needs within those census tracts sometimes. And also very excited to see so many East Athens and North Athens projects. Other ones I'm especially excited about, the Atlanta Highway Corridor, the small sidewalk project, and the Beach Haven project. And very glad that, bridges and live stream pipe replacement and transit operations stayed on the list. But, the big elephant in the room is pavement maintenance. We're way behind on a lot of infrastructure, and and I also have concerns about the unfunded NTMP program that we put together. But between those programs and the fact that there's a lot on here that we're not able to fund, I agree that we should be looking at the millage rate, which was, reduced because of COVID. But hopefully we get that homestead exemption in place, and then we can listen to the manager's office recommendation from last year and look at that millage rate being returned to pre-pandemic levels, at least. I also really cautious about us seeing the infrastructure bill as some kind of unicorn. We've talked in our retreats about the infrastructure bill being used to fund housing and broadband, and for transportation specifically, this high-speed rail that's being proposed. And all of those things are very, very expensive. So I really want to caution against us thinking that this infrastructure bill is going to solve all of our problems here. I don't think it's going to at all. I guess my last thought generally on this is that I would encourage the TSAC to think about the importance of keeping general projects on the list, even at symbolic amounts. So similar to what happened with SPLOST 2020 with the live stream pipe replacement, it was kind of put there as a symbolic amount, but then, if federal funds are able to be drawn down, or if grants are able to be applied for, and we can complete some of these specialty projects, especially some of the ones that might be well suited for grants, and use some of this TSPLOST money for matching funds, maybe that enables us to then move some more money over to meet some of this backlog of the less exciting, less sexy projects like pavement maintenance. But, we all get calls about potholes all the time. And so, we're only going to get many more if we don't keep up with pavement maintenance when we're already woefully behind. So just to kind of reiterate what I know Carol was getting at, special purpose local option sales tax is just the legislative language to clarify that there is a restriction around the types of uses that this money can be used for, and that it's specified for capital projects only, not operations. And then in this case, specifically for transportation, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have a special magical feeling, although that obviously does help us, get people wanting it. So I don't know how much any of that spiel helps TSAC in their next round of deliberations, but hopefully it at least signals to my colleagues some of what I'm thinking. And then one other thing that's just kind of confusing to me, it's a small amount. I don't want to pick on it. I think it's a cool project. But I thought it was weird that we just passed an SPLOST and we have bike racks for CCSD campuses on the TSPLOST list. And, I guess just when we're thinking about these SPLOST, TSPLOST, eSPLOST, maybe thinking in the future about the overlap of which projects should go into which SPLOST. But thanks.
Thanks, Jesse. Got Ovita, Mike, and then circling back to Melissa.
Lauren, I want to thank you and your team for the great work you did. I know I took that to a whole nother level during this process, but I'm glad that we were heard about underserved communities, and I appreciate Quazon and Fred and for working really hard with Buck, and I think that Commissioner Parker is right. I think that if you put this in black and white about communities that have not been served, it would take some of the argument about some of the other projects. I think safety, even though I advocated very strongly about underserved communities, I don't want to ignore communities that may be affluent communities but have safety issues. I think that the TSPLOST should address safety first in anybody's community. So yes, I advocated strongly for underserved communities, but if we have an affluent community that needs a light or a speed bump or something that would be related to safety. I hope that we do not ignore them, and we find a way to make sure those safety mechanisms are in place. I definitely want to revisit the North Athens corridor and the Danielsville highway, Danielsville improvement and Kenwood subdivision, especially Danielsville improvement. It's a lot of small businesses, churches, and houses, and it needs with all any kind of love we can give it. Kenwood is a subdivision that even is that got us involved. The Kenwood neighborhood is what got us involved in TSPLOST. So my next question, Lauren, through all of these projects that were any of these projects connected to the Safe Schools, Safe, help me out, Kelly. Safe routes
to schools.
Yeah, safe routes to school. Were any of these, especially like sidewalks and lights, were any of these projects connected to Safe Walk to Schools project? Do you know offhand?
I believe some of the projects for North Athens around Fowler Drive are, of course, close to Fowler Road Elementary, and so those would be school projects. There was one project that did not make it on this list that did encompass a safe routes to schools aspect of, as well as safe routes to parks, and that was the multimodal project, and I'll look that up.
Oh well, don't take up the time. We can talk about it later. But I'm just throwing out the things that I like to talk to you about later. The Danielsville improvement or Kenwood and the North Athens corridor. Those are my concerns. But thank you. I do thank you very much.
And Commissioner, for clarity, can you let me know what project you're referring to when you refer to the Danielsville project?
I will look it up. I looked on the sheet tonight, and I'll email it to you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, and then circle back to Melissa.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My point is this: I'm seeing a lot about hearing a lot about the pavement maintenance, and I'll just remind everybody that if you go and look on our website, there's about 50% of the money we allocated for 2018 still available for pavement and maintenance. It's roughly $12 million available for pavement and maintenance. And I remember several of you who weren't on the commission at the time when we passed the TSPLOST in 2018 come to the commission and actually talk against how much money we were spending on pavement and maintenance in TSPLOST. So I find the transition a bit interesting, and I'm just saying this because if you go year to year of what we're spending on TSPLOST for pavement and maintenance, it doesn't add up to what we have in the bank for it. And if you're going to argue that we need to increase contractors for the pavement and maintenance so that it gets done quicker and faster, then okay, but no one is arguing for that. The second thing is, this is still a special. The word special in this needs to be taken into account. And any projects, Lauren, that are on here that allow for the connectivity or that allow for the sidewalks are a hard thing to pay for on the local government. They ought to be special. Sidewalks are a thing that connect neighborhoods, and neighborhoods connect people, regardless of where they are. And I want them to make sure that we are connecting people and connecting neighborhoods. And I appreciate the Timothy Road being on the 150% because I think it's important that we do. I think it was mentioned that we're not looking at it by neighborhood, but we kind of ought to look at it in that sort of way by district. I mean, part of TSPLOST is made available to communities so that we don't have to rely on the property taxes as much, and that's an important thing. I mean, If people in communities don't see what they're getting, then they may not, at the end of the day, they may not vote for it. So we need to make sure that we're connecting neighborhoods and neighborhoods connecting to people, and sidewalks are a way to do that. Sidewalks also help us with the infrastructure that we need for expanding our transit operations. If we don't have the sidewalks, we're not able to expand our transit operations. I don't think, and I hope the TSPLOST committee takes into account the $24 million that it seems like we'll be receiving for Athens-Clarke County for our infrastructure from that standpoint. So I think that helps. I hope that helps in your decision making as you make a recommendation to us from that. But I also, I'm struggling because all the times I hear about. I'll go back to sidewalks for a minute. I know there's some items on the sidewalk list that aren't on the Athens in Motion list. So I'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I don't disagree with what the sidewalks are on the TSPLOST list. As a matter of fact, I wish all the money were going to sidewalks. I'll just say that because I think they're important. I think we've seen how important they are in COVID and connecting people in neighborhoods and such as that. But, it's been pointed out to me several times when I'm advocating for a sidewalk somewhere here in Athens and specifically in my district that, well, it's on tier 2 in Ames list. But there's some projects on this TSPLOST that aren't even on Ames tiering list. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out with TSPLOST and with AIM, because maybe some could say that the AIM tier listing is incorrect and needs to be looked at again. And I think that may be a good argument to look at to see how it is impacting equity and making sure that neighborhoods are in there together and people are connected. So, just those points. Just look at what we spent on paving. Look at how we're spending it each year and how much we're spending each year, and look at the demand for sidewalks in this community and how we can address those demands everywhere. So, and safety. I mean, there's some safety issues on here that Commissioner Thorne pointed out that I think are important for pedestrians and for cyclists and car riders as well. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate what y'all are doing. I know this hasn't been easy.
Thanks, Mike. Want to get any summary comments from Lauren thus far? Hear from anyone who we haven't heard from before I circle back to Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor Gert. So question for clarity. Y'all keep throwing out the number 24 million. Is that what we're getting from the infrastructure package? That's what, at least thus far in the presentation post-passage, has been indicated that over a 5-year time frame we'll get for transit. What's not clear is if those are capital or operating dollars yet. I think if we would look at what happened with ARPA, we'll probably be getting some administrative clarification in the next couple of months about exactly where those infrastructure dollars can be spent. Hopefully before we, as a policymaking body, ultimately designate the TSPLOST package. So, I think it's wise to imagine where the overlap is there. Thank you. Yeah, that would be very helpful for the committee to understand what, if any, funds we're getting for infrastructure that could potentially be used. So thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. Is it?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. My question is also about the infrastructure money while we're waiting for Treasury guidelines. Is it possible for those projects who did so far has not made the list? They may get back on the list, but is it possible that we could do a plan B? I mean, just do a dummy something, and if with the projects that didn't make it, and if they're eligible, they would go into the pot first, And anything else later?
What I think we're probably going to have to do is determine which of those federal dollars are being routed through the state, which I think in most categories will be most of the dollars. It seems that cities that do operate a transit system might get some direct funding, but other than that, I don't know that we'll be able to kind of project by project understand exactly what we'll be getting from the feds, given that they're sort of a different route. But so I think some information we just don't know yet broadly.
Okay, thank you.
I want to get Patrick, who I hadn't heard from yet, and then others.
Just a quick question, Lauren. Thank y'all for the hard work, and it's an actual question about TSPLOST 123. So the public comments are still coming in. Are they, are people providing new information? I mean, new projects, or is it, what type of the information are you getting from the comments that are still being made?
They're just general comments on the projects that are submitted. There are no new projects that would have had the deadline for that has since come and gone. So they can only comment on projects that have not been withdrawn. So that would include projects that have that are not on this current list. So that you can still they can still do that until you all submit the list, and we will review those public comments in a meeting soon.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Melissa and Carol and Jesse.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Hamby began to touch on my concerns too about pavement maintenance. $1 billion could drop in our laps tomorrow, but we couldn't instantly repave all our roads with it. Even if we did, I don't think there are enough contractors out there to do the work. I mean, there's, classic labor shortage going on right now. So I'm wondering if staff could provide some guidance on the timeline for our pavement deficit and what's possible and how quickly it'll get done and how much the money we already have from TSPLOST 2018 can actually accomplish, in before the next TSPLOST kicks in. I mean, I'm wondering, how fast can we spend this money on pavement maintenance? And are we allocating more money than we can actually spend in the allotted time frame?
Well, the 2018 TSPLOST allocation to pavement maintenance really was to address the paving deficit up to that point in time. From that point forward, a new paving deficit started, so that was 5 years ago. And so, this is something I think Commissioner Hamby is correct. It's something we should look at in multiple contractor deployment to spend the funds down. But the need is there. If they're without any, perhaps the infrastructure bill will provide those funds, but every single year, pavement maintenance is augmented by TSPLOST funds, the local, the LMIG grant from GDOT, which you've got a application approval in your upcoming meeting cycle, as well as some general funds. Those are cobbled together to produce the program each year. So the way to kind of catch up and try and keep up with without allowing a bigger deficit is to continue to chip away at that every year. I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Link.
I mean, I think my question is more like how much can possibly be done each year, even if we had an unlimited pot of money, considering the limits of the labor force.
Well, that might be a question that's going to take some time to track down. We've got to get through these maps too, folks. So let's chop away. Any other ideas, Melissa? Any other questions you want to pose before we move to Carol and then Jesse? All right, Carol, go for it.
One, on the pavement maintenance, I agree with what Mike is saying. It's 48% spent, and that was with 24 million from the last round. So clearly, we do not need, the large 80 million or whatever it was. I mean, we don't have a way to get that done, and I totally agree with that. And if we could find a way to do more, faster, that would be great. Two, I want to suggest the idea of perhaps expanding the way we're using buckets here as a creative way to go about this, especially because we don't know about the federal monies. North Athens and East Athens have a whole lot of small projects. And the pavement money is in a sense a bucket as well. If the East Athens and North Athens were put into a bucket with those projects listed as projects in those areas such as blah, 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 or blah, then that would, one, allow more time for community input on the different projects, because I think that some of them have stronger arguments for them than for others, and I'd love to see more public input on some of those, and there might be other things in those areas. Also, if then we had a big, money from heaven and it funded all the transit and all the pavement, we could just still put more money into the North Athens and East Athens bucket. And that's what you can do with extra money. We could put money into the Athens in Motion bucket as well. So I think that might be a way to sort of perhaps expand, clarify, get more input, use the projects there, but give us a little bit of leeway with this unclear funding coming from the federal government. So that's just an idea to put out there. I also wanted to address the point that Mike made about the projects not being on Athens in Motion. And I think this is actually something important to think about. In fact, I found myself more supportive of the Timothy Road project because of the connectivity that it gave us. There are some projects that, Athens in Motion is flexible. It's supposed to be a living document. And we added on a whole process to allow that to happen. In fact, Sycamore Drive is not on the Athens in Motion project, and it's the example I would give of something that should have been on there, as some other things as well. Old Monroe Road is another one. But I do think that we need to be cautious. I went and visited through Sycamore, the Stonehenge, and clearly that neighborhood could benefit from having sidewalks and beautification and safety in there. Those roads are inside of a neighborhood. There are other neighborhoods all over the community who would we have to think carefully how we're doing that in a equitable way. And so it does expand things when we're putting the sidewalks into neighborhoods that don't connect, and does give precedence for future neighborhoods to say, hey, what about me? And I think that is something to be thinking about, and making sure that we have a rationale for why we're putting it in certain neighborhoods and not in others. So thank you.
All right, Jesse.
Word. Yeah, getting on this paving bus. I don't think my stance has changed much since I was on the other side of the rail. I don't believe that paving is the best use of TSPLOST money. Sales taxes are by nature a regressive burden on low and middle income people. Given the university and tourist economy here in Athens, I do believe we should have a TSPLOST, but only if it's focused on equity, as we've been doing a good job of defining throughout this process. That said, I still think we need to be having a conversation about funding our backlog of infrastructure. That's not an argument for TSPLOST being the method for it. It's more this being a lily pad to the discussion we need to have about that backlog. And I believe that warrants a need for us to look at our millage rate. Athens in Motion, to speak to that point, I think is incomplete in the sense of community need, and that it's about corridor connectivity and not neighborhoods. Carol spoke to this quite well, but some neighborhoods experience dangerous traffic issues, even though their roads aren't regarded as corridors by definition. And I think Westchester and Stonehenge projects, Carol mentioned Old Monroe Road, are great examples of this, and they're certainly not the only ones in the county. It makes sense that they wouldn't be part of the AIM plan because they're not regarded from TPW's standpoint as roads that are supposed to be corridors, yet they get used as cut-through corridors and provide a lot of danger to people and families in those neighborhoods. And, I'll say again about the infrastructure money. I guess I don't see how much that bill changes anything in terms of TSPLOST. Essentially, TSPLOST is our local infrastructure bill that the voters decide on every 5 years. And so getting some more money that's going to be able to be used for this and perhaps more flexibly for other things beyond this, I don't think should really change how TSAC sees their charge, when the charge here really is to identify the top priorities. And to all those points, I'll just reiterate the value of having placeholder items for some of the big buckets as a value moving forward. Thanks.
All right, great. I think that sums up everybody's thoughts on the TSPLOST. Thank you, Ms. Blais, for your presentation. We'll look forward to communicating with you as we go through.
Commissioner Edwards, may I say just a few things before we close out?
Sure, just a few things. Go
Okay.
for it.
I do want to address Commissioner Meyer's idea about combining the East Athens and North Athens projects in a bucket. And while I normally, like, organizationally would certainly agree with that, and I think that seems like a good idea, I think that an important role this TSPLOST plays is restoring faith in the communities that we will do what they have specifically has asked for. And I worry that we're really going to miss the opportunity to restore that trust if we dilute the projects and don't name them specifically and put them in a more general bucket, because then that just opens the door for, a concerned resident to say, well, we submitted something and it was supposed to be on the list, but it didn't get on there. Like that bus stop that was a project and we spent the time to submit it, just didn't happen because the other stuff happened. So I just want to put that out there, that I think that there's some real power and real opportunity here in naming those specific projects and ensuring that those specific projects, however small amount they seem, end up on the list. And then I will just mention that the Athens in Motion plan is not supposed to put a sidewalk on every road in Athens-Clarke County. It is a strategic way to implement connectivity where it would be most useful, because there are limited resources and limited funds. And, we could redo it 20 different times, but Atlanta Highway, Lexington, Prince Avenue, like, people are still going to die along these roads, like more than one. So I'll just put that out there. And I thank you for your time, and I will follow up with y'all on some of your questions. And I know some of you are going to reach out to me, and thank you very much for this conversation, and look forward to presenting to you our candidate project list very soon.
Great. Thank you, Chair Blais. All right, Manager Williams, let's soldier through to the end of the night, please, sir, with all the speed you can muster.
Thank you. And so our final presentation tonight comes to you jointly from the Board of Elections members as well as staff on the reapportionment redistricting process that we're currently undergoing. And just for the benefit of those watching, once every 10 years after the census, essentially, we have to look at where population has occurred and balance the map so that there's generally the same amount of people in each district, which observes a, one person, one vote type principle. And so that's the process that we've been going under. It's been accelerated because of a late release of census data, and then also a call from the state to receive these maps, and they have to process them, and ultimately the legislature has to ratify it prior to our elections, the upcoming municipal elections next May. So with that, I see Chair Fambro. I believe the Board of Elections members are going to begin the conversation, and staff's available to provide some technical explanation towards the end. So Chair, I will defer to you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Willa Fambro, and I serve as chair for the Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections and Registration. It is our distinct pleasure to be here tonight with such a distinguished group of people. Present tonight are Rocky Raffle, Vice Chair, Adam Shirley, Secretary, Hank Kerdier, Member at Large. Ms. Ann Teal, Member at Large, sends her regrets at not being able to attend. We were tasked by the mayor and commissioners to redraw the district line to come in compliance with applicable laws. Our Secretary, Adam Shirley, will present the process on our voting and approval of the GIO's version 3 of the commission district boundary map. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we are deeply grateful for having been given the opportunity to work with the Geospatial Information Office and develop a map that we can support. I am pleased to say that we, the Board of Elections, endorse the map that GIO staff has produced. Before Mr. D'Angelo explains how his office arrived at the map, I would like to take a moment to reflect on how the board arrived at this endorsement, despite having explored an alternate set of boundaries that we considered compelling. You are already aware that the primary goal of redistricting is to balance the districts, which have had an uneven exchange of population over the years. We are also constrained by keeping the incumbents in the district, safeguarding the majority-minority districts, and making the absolute minimum necessary change in the boundaries as dictated by statute, by our charter, and by your resolution. Keeping in mind that our current districts were drawn by the State Reapportionment Office 10 years ago, disregarding the locally produced recommendation at the time, we looked at a few districts that seemed to have been shaped to serve a political goal where like-minded neighborhoods had been bisected. At our request, GIO developed a map where census blocks in districts 3, 4, 5, and 7 would be adjusted to make them a bit more compact. In districts 4 and 7, this would have addressed the current issue of District 7 resembling a map of North and South America with a narrow isthmus joining two otherwise compact areas. For districts 3 and 5, we explored ways to adjust boundaries to make it easier to explain the boundaries to voters. We began to do this by making the districts more compact and bounded by major roads and geographical features instead of smaller roads that split neighborhoods. With both sets of adjustments, the resulting map was one we would have liked to have pursued to completion, as it would have achieved stated goals of improving contiguity, compactness, and voter convenience, all while maintaining the supremely important principle of one person, one vote. This opportunity comes to us only once every 10 years. If we are ever to correct any errors or misjudgments in the shape of our commission district lines, what other opportunity will we have if not now? Here lies the problem. The changes we were exploring in those 4 districts would have caused thousands of residents to be moved to a district different from their current one. In our opinion, this would have been of little consequence to voters, but we felt that it would have caused undue hardship on the incumbent commissioners. In fact, in one case, it's our understanding that one of the incumbent commissioners would not have been able to retain their seat, and that is not fair. We would have liked to have presented this more ambitious map, but the attorney's office has advised us that such a map might never make it past state approval if it were to fail to meet the recommended best practices. This despite the fact that protecting incumbents is not mandated by state law. It is for this reason that we endorse the map that is being presented by the GIO staff. It meets all the requirements laid out by statute, by our charter, and by your resolution. Our supremely capable GIO staff is well equipped to carve out a map by breaking up the fewest similar neighborhoods. Keeping in mind what the state recommends, this is probably the best map that can be produced for the population shift we have experienced. Once again, we thank you for the faith and trust you have placed in us by assigning us this task. We are grateful for the immediate, ongoing, and unfailing support of Director Sosby in the Elections Office, Mr. D'Angelo in the Geospatial Information Office, Ms. Pappas in the Attorney's Office, Mr. Montgomery in the Public Information Office, and Manager Williams in the Manager's Office. Especially given the extremely short time frame we were operating under, they made our job tremendously easier. I would like to turn it over to Mr. D'Angelo to explain how his staff arrived at the maps we're recommending, but before I turn it over, I will ask my fellow board members on the call if they wish to make a comment. Thank you.
I'd like to make a quick comment, if I may. Sure. I'm Hank Kadir. Thank you for sharing our position and sentiments, Mr. Shirley. We were given the parameters of the map to be approved, and it was all about protecting the commissioners and redistricting for the convenience of Board of Election. We felt that it should be more about the convenience of the voters in each district. Commissioners, currently we have a map that, as we understand it, was redrawn by the state legislature some 10 years ago. We felt that this opportunity does not come up often, and we should at least look at a map which is denser and keeps similar neighborhoods intact. Coming up with a map is a process. There are going to be interim maps that come up. Some of you were under the impression that we were drawing the maps we wanted to propose. We are not experts at drawing the map. We just wanted to see where this may take us. We did not feel right to propose a map which would take any commissioners out of their district or have to move polling precincts around. That would not adhere to best practices, as Mr. Shirley just explained. We would not do that without the blessing of the commissioners that would be affected. I even reached out to a couple of commissioners for their comment, and they did the appropriate thing. They did not respond back. I just wanted to clear up the air about what was going on. We did consider presenting a second map, which would have kept up with all the best practices, but in reality, there was no time for such a journey to take place. We all knew in what a short time we had to produce this. The voters now know that we did not just rubber stamp a map that was shown to us. We learned a bit about the process and ensured that all parameters were abided by as this map was produced. We thank the mayor and the commission for entrusting us and making us part of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Kadir. All right, turning towards the map itself, Mr. D'Angelo, do you have some remarks you'd like to share with us?
I do, and if I may share my screen, hopefully successfully, and I won't kind of reiterate what's already been said, but I do want to add a few housekeeping items just as friendly reminders, and I hope everyone can see my screen now. Federal Public Law 94-171 governs the release of decennial census data. That comes to us in the form of redistricting summary files. These files enumerate the populations of districts to the census block level. They're released once every 10 years following the decennial census, which occurred in April of 2020. These files were delivered to us, and in fact, to every municipality in the country in August of this year. So a little bit over a year after they were compiled. Athens-Clarke County itself is comprised of 1,809 census blocks. That's up from 1,797 10 years ago. So regardless of population adjustments, district lines would have been adjusted according to the census block boundaries just by virtue of the fact that we picked up about 15 blocks year over year. A few other reminders: the boundaries of commission districts must be contiguous. They must be fundamentally balanced in population. Districts are considered balanced if the populations are within 10% of one another. There is extensive statute in support of this principle. Only raw population figures are considered. We don't consider the number of registered voters in the district. We don't consider likely voters. We don't consider adults over the age of 18. It is raw population. Following the adoption of boundaries and passage into law by the Georgia General Assembly, Athens-Clarke County government will work with the Board of Elections to consider alterations to polling locations and voting precinct boundaries to prioritize voter convenience. That's something that will happen after we have this piece of the pie behind us, if you will. So I'm going to show you in a minute. We're going to dig into the proposed amended district boundaries, but I just want to run down that they fall according to the following parameters. 6 of the 10 districts experienced edits versus the 2012 maps. 4 districts were unaltered completely. We'll see that in a minute. 1 district, which is District 10, experienced only a very minor edit with 1 block in its extreme northeast corner, which had a population of 78 individuals, shifted into District 7. In total, 26 census blocks shifted from their 2012 district to a new home district. This represents a total population of 2,824 residents who were shifted into a new district. Once again, if you recall some of the numbers, districts 2 and 4, for instance, increased in population by about 3,500 individuals each. So we were able to make the minimum number of moves, if you will, necessary to shift populations into equilibrium while disrupting the minimum number of residents. You know, the kind of thing that we say is this is the number of individuals that will be waking up in a different district once these lines are adopted, and so that number is 2,824 people. The most populous district now is District 10, comprised of 13,535 individuals. The least populated is District 5, with 12,243 individuals. That's a range of 1,214. between the highest and the lowest population. So expressed as a percentage, this represents a spread of 9.44%, which comes in under that 10% threshold. So without further ado, let me dig into the map so I don't have to keep you all any longer than you need. So at the request of a couple of commissioners, we've simplified some of the maps for y'all's presentation this evening. But I just want to draw the public's attention to the fact that if you go to the ACC Gov website, there is a reapportionment and redistricting page with a link to the reapportionment and redistricting hub, which contains therein some maps for your perusal, which is the current set of maps proposed for eventual hopeful adoption. As well as a public comment form that can be filled out, which comes directly to my office for review. To date, we've been responding to those individual inquiries, which I'm sure the PIO is probably not going to be happy about, but we will attempt to keep up with those inquiries such that we're able, given staff time and availability. So here we see the 2010 existing boundaries, the commission district boundaries shown in the kind of the light shade of blue. The revised boundaries are shown in red. And the numbers that you see represent the population in a given census block. And so across the top, we see all the districts which experienced an edit between the year 2012, when the existing lines were adopted, and the current year. So we see that districts 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, and 10 experienced an edit, which again, 10 a very minor edit. But let me take you through these one by one. And so District 1 experienced a shift in terms of 10 census blocks, which are highlighted in this yellow color. They were adapted from District 2, which, as you'll recall, had a burgeoning population. It ended up being the most populous of the 10 districts, with almost 15,000 residents. This shift of 10 census blocks represents 859 individuals moved from District 2 over to District 1. And most of those blocks ring the Benesch airport. And so if you think about the airport, again, we have to take into account not only block boundaries, but also physical boundaries and barriers, such as linear hydrologic features like rivers, and then large physical entities like the airport, for instance, and then also any major roads and highways. You can see that again, although it seems like the airport doesn't have a lot of population, there are a number of individuals living in proximity to it. And so this just kind of, if you think about this as in terms of an accounting ledger, we see that those 10 districts came out of District 2, and this just runs down that change, as well as in this kind of orange color down at the southeast corner. There are 5 census blocks which also came off of District 2 and then went over to District 8. That totals just a shade under 300 individuals moving from 2 to 8. So that's it for that. District 4 was the second most populous district according to the 2020 numbers combined with the 2012 boundaries. And so in order to achieve some semblance of balance, and then also to somewhat correct the isthmus to which Mr. Shirley referred earlier, the decision was made to remove 10 census blocks from District 4 and append those to District 7. This represents about 1,600 folks and brings the two populations of those districts into near equilibrium. And if you recall, districts must be contiguous, and so you can almost think of this as a chessboard type of maneuver, wherein only adjacent districts can really donate to one another. So again, District 7, that represents the edit that I described earlier. The donation from District 4, it represents the only edit to District 7. We have already seen this piece of 300 individuals spread over 5 census blocks, moving into District 8 from District 2. And then as I mentioned earlier, this is almost impossible to see on this map, but there's a small pink area in the extreme northeast corner of District 10, which has moved from District 10 into District 7. District 7 was experiencing a deficit of about 510 individuals in order to be evened out with its cohorts, its 9 cohorts. And so the decision was made to be unobtrusive as possible and just move those 78 individuals from District 10 into District 7. And this comprises the sum total of our edits. As I mentioned, there were no edits to the boundaries of District 3, 5, 6, or 9 because they fell within 5% of that mean number, which would have been 12,867. Based on our total population for year 2020, which was 128,671. Divide that by 10, take 5% on either side of that mean, and that's kind of the ideal for which we were shooting. So with that, these are the staff recommended maps, but they meet local, state, and federal statutory guidelines. We feel pretty confident that this is the most minimally disruptive set of edits that we could have hoped for. We are prepared with your say-so to forward these maps to the state of Georgia Legislative Reapportionment Office for review, hopeful certification, and then return to us, where they would then, the next step would be that they would be adopted by you, the mayor and commission. And with that, I'll stop talking and take any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks so much, Joseph. Good job explaining the maps. Thank you to the Board of Elections for looking through this through numerous work sessions and validating the work on staff. I have nothing to add. Of course, District 7 has significant changes, but everything looks good to me. So we got some questions here. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Joseph BOE, thanks all so much. Joseph, I did have a question. If you could zoom back out to the full map, I know that District 5 didn't have any changes, but there was changes showing up on the map, it seemed like.
There is an area adjacent to the river. I think you're referring to this area right here. Is that correct?
That area, then also the furthest part to the east, where there's a little chip in the District 6 there.
I will follow up with staff on that. There may be a discrepancy in terms of the block boundaries from one year to the other. It may be that, and it looks to me, like I said, this area is adjacent to the river. It may be that there is no population in these blocks. We have 369, I believe, blocks that contain no population. They're mere placeholders. And so, Commissioner Denson, I think what's happening here is those are 0 blocks.
Okay, I got you. I mean, hey, I get to represent the grass too, right? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Anything else, Commissioner?
No, that was it. Just wanted clarification with that. Thank you.
All right, great.
Good catch.
Commissioner Myers. Or Commissioner Wright, sorry.
Hey, Tim, you can represent the flooding, right? We had the lesson on flooding. So you never know what's going to happen in an unpopulated district. So it could be flooding. I was on the redistricting committee as a Board of Education member in 2010, and we spent months and months and months learning all the parameters and all the details necessary before we ever even got to where we had the lady with the map stuff. So I cannot believe you know, I'm impressed with how you guys have grasped on to what you have been dealt with such little time. I wish that we had had a process set up so that we were all learning this without the details, so that we could not be so confused at this point. So that being said, thank you for all your work, because all of you guys have done a lot to get us to this point. I can honestly say that for District 4, this is not the area that I would have trimmed away the population explosion. The population explosion, I would believe, is more on the Barnett Shoals side of my district. And this area, in particular, Grand Ellen, to divide that street, a person's mailbox is going to be in one district and their house is in another district. The same as losing a polling location. So this neighborhood is a little more intact than I would expect it to be trimmed out in. That's my personal comment about this. And me and Mariah are losing locations because of the population boom. And I understand that that's going to happen, but this is not where I would have picked it to be.
All right, Commissioner Link.
Yeah, thank you. I want to, first of all, thank staff for putting the work in here and trying to be as unobtrusive as possible with these districts that were drawn by state legislatures 10 or so years ago, with purely political purposes in mind, obviously. And I want to thank the Board of Elections for their, really thoughtful and objective debate, in looking at all of these districts. It is unfortunate that this data has come in so late. It would have been nice to have more time to address this, but I feel like, good work has been done here, and this is the most logical path forward.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Link. Okay. Looks like we're all set here. Thanks, everybody.
I'm sorry, I had something to say if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, my hand was up. And I appreciate Commissioner Link's comment. These maps were, I suppose she stated that they were drawn for politically purpose representatives or purposes, but if they're still the same maps, are they still not drawn for the same political purposes? But now they're okay. That's what I'm hearing there, and I'm just wondering, are they okay? Are we okay with the status quo? Are we okay with how it is? Maybe Joe mentioned this earlier about have we added more minority districts? Have we changed things to accommodate more minority districts, which is certainly one of the goals of the Voting Rights Act, and making sure that we are a community that, if we're talking about equity, let's talk about it right now, and making sure that we have the representation that we need on the commission to make sure that we're meeting equity and equality. And I just raise these questions to make sure that we're able to answer all these questions with whatever map is put forward, or with whatever map is accepted and adopted by the state legislatures. So I want to just bring that up, and appreciate Joe. I do want to say, though, I do think that when you look at taking one district from one area, it's not just taking. If you look at the map holistically, then you do more than just taking from one area to another. As Joe said, if you impact District 7, then that impacts District 4. It does, but if you're looking at it holistically and looking at trying to change the status quo a little bit, you look at the map more holistically. So, anyway, just my thoughts, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Hamby. All right.
I got a quick question.
Okay.
So similar to Tim with the question about the District 6 boundary adjustment, and I'm glad that he brought that up, because we're looking at representing what happens in the district, even if it's not where someone lives, like if parks or leisure services facilities are there or whatnot. But there were some lines adjusted to the outside of the county, and I don't know if that's just, I guess I'm just curious what happened there, if that has any meaning or if that's just kind of a...
You talking about sort of the far west, how the lines are sort of...
Yeah, and there's some up in the, where I think Sandy Creek is. There's just kind of a few sort of weird lines.
So is that just sort of a Scrivener's error? It's just sort of the way the ArcGIS is lining up those lines?
Well, I'm told by staff, first of all, to circle back to Commissioner Denson's question, those blocks that you see are not necessarily zero population blocks. They are just block boundary changes from the Census Bureau. And again, we kind of have to work with what the census gives us. And I will say that not to get into a lengthy history of how the census derives their block boundary lines, but over the last, especially 20 years, the refinements have come a long way, right? And that's mainly because photogrammetric resolution has improved greatly, right? So the Census Bureau digitizes often their lines based on aerial imagery. Aerial imagery has, with our latest delivery of aerial imagery is a 1.3 inch pixel resolution, whereas 10 years ago that was unheard of. So as the Census Bureau kind of fine tunes their boundaries, we also will have to be beholden to those boundaries. So I know that seems like an inadequate explanation, but that's the best explanation I can give.
Great, thank you, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
If anybody wants to say something, just raise your hand.
If I might have just one more point, two more points of clarification to address some of what Commissioner Hamby said and some of what's appearing in the chat. I will say that the way these lines are drawn, and there is a demographic exploratory tool on the resolution or the reapportionment page on the ACC Gov website. I would encourage anybody to take a look at that. We do have 3 majority-minority districts. They are District 2, District 3, and District 9. District 5 is also on the cusp. We did have some issues with the census numbers this year, as did everybody in the country, because of the way our Latino population was enumerated. It's you could mark yourself essentially as Hispanic or Latino, and then also any number of different races up to 5 or more. And so we kind of had to work from a majority minority perspective, but you can see the breakout of every proposed district boundary using that demography exploratory tool. But I think we did a pretty good job in terms of representing how the county looks demographically with these lines.
Right. Thank you, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks again to everybody for everything, especially the BOE and staff for putting together this map. And I think that's it. Any final thoughts, Manager Williams? Are we good to go?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we are.
All right, great. Everybody have a lovely evening and look forward to seeing you again in person real soon. Good night now.
Good night, all.